All right. Cool, cool. So the title of today's discussion is Reclaim the Role of God in Your Reality. Right? We're going to continue talking about specific people, but really, we talk about anything pertains to everything, right? Everything is everything, right? If you want to, life is multidimensional. If you want to learn about everything, learn about anything. And you'll start to see how everything translates to everything, all right? Forgot there was one swordsman back in the day. And he said, once you see the path clearly, you begin to see the path in everything. All right, once you really understand something, right, you begin to see that thing in everything. So although we are talking about the manifestation of a specific person, you can still utilize this information with anything that you're trying to create, right? It's all the same. It is all the same. What's up? What's up? Glad you are here. Glad you are here. All right, so I'm going to get right into it. We're going to start with a letter. We're going to get into the discussion, okay? Beloved, I forgive you for mistaking attention for God, for thinking the gaze of another was holy enough to define you. I forgive you for ghosting yourself in the midnight hours, refreshing the screen instead of refreshing your soul. You were taught a lie, that validation defines your worth, that silence equals rejection, that love must be proven by the call of another. That was never your fault, but now it is your responsibility to outgrow it. Lay down the story that you are incomplete without acknowledgement. Release the ritual of waiting, of bending your dignity to fit someone else's hesitation. That hunger was borrowed. It never belonged to you. Rise instead into remembrance. You are not a margin scribbled in someone else's book. You are the page and the ink. You are the pulse that calls worlds into being. Forgive your past hunger. It was a child's cry for love, not a mark of your unworthiness. You know now that your table is always full, but you must sit and eat. Tend to your inner feast. Pour the wine of your own presence. Break the bread of your own brilliance, and from that table, the world will come to you in reverence, or it will not come at all. Either way, the table remains abundant, and either way, you remain sovereign. Your silence is sacred space. Your solitude is a sanctuary. Every moment you choose to dwell in your own fullness, you retrain your spirit to prefer glory over grasping. You teach yourself that love is not earned, but emanated. You remind the world that your worth does not shrink or expand by their attendance, right? That is beautiful right there. The world, you teach the world, you show the world, my love, who I am, does not expand or shrink based on your attendance. So bless the younger version of you who thought waiting was love. Bless the version of you who thought a reply would complete them. Thank them, for they carried you here. But do not stay there. You have outgrown the beggar's bench. Stand away from it, clothe yourself with light, and walk as the banquet that you are. And if they arrive, let them enter as guests and not as gods. If they depart, let them go with peace, for they are only leaving a room that still glows. You are not chasing warmth because you are the fire. You are not a prayer unanswered. You are the Amen embodied. Beloved, right? I forgive you and I release you. I call you home to your altar, home to your fire, and home to the sovereign glow that never waits to be lit, right? I am that I am, no matter what. So let's go back down to it. Let's get back into it, right? This is a calling of you back into the divine remembrance of who you have always been. This is not you trying to change or become something different. This is you reminding yourself, remembering that you have been source, you have been God the whole time. Right? So let's get into this a little bit further. From beggar to throne, reclaiming the role of God. Psalm 82:6. You are God's, and all of you are children of the Most High. Beautiful. All right. How small do you want to live? How long will you kneel at the altar of someone else's attention and call it devotion? A man, a woman, right? A person who checks their phone with trembling hope, hands their divinity to a blinking cursor. That trembling is not love. It is starvation. All right? You were born to be a sovereign signal and not a static receiver. All right? So this discussion, we are going to talk about the anatomy of the chase and give you the roadmap back to your throne. All right? So there's basically two energetic positions that you can take when it comes to manifestation. All right? And let's talk about it from the perspective of your specific person, a little funky, musty ass specific person that you want. Number one, you can be the source of the relationship, or number two, you can be the beggar for that relationship. Who would you prefer to be? Would you prefer to be the one who is being manifested? The one who the other person is clicking on thumbnails to trying to get you to forgive them? Is that who you want to be? Or would you rather be the one running behind somebody's ass, chasing them around? You're the one looking at all the thumbnails for them. I want you to really think about this, all right? Which one would put you in the expectation that you are the center of your reality? Which one puts you at the center of your reality? Which one makes you feel more powerful, more divine? Which one is truly a representation of who you are as source? If you are trying to create this specific person or choose this version of them, how are you holding yourself? Right? How are you holding yourself? Do you wake up in the middle of the night searching for your phone to see if they texted or called you? Can you barely make it through the day because life without them is just so difficult? Who are you? Have they become your God? Are all of your affirmations directed to them like they are your God? All your visualizations directed to them like they are your God? Denying yourself your own emotions. Because I can deny myself, so I will get to them. That sounds like that skewed type of worship that certain religious sects talk about. Denying yourself. Denying because you are a natural. Just denying yourself just to get a little validation from something outside of you. That sounds like the distorted view of source that a lot of people have. Are you taking that view of source and all of a sudden you're putting it on this specific person? Have they become your God? Right? Let's go into this. Right? So we have two postures. Okay? It's going to be triggering. So sit down. All right? The pathetic posture versus the throne posture. Okay? The beggar versus source. Okay? The beggar versus God. All right? So number one, the pathetic posture. The beggar, the posture of the beggar. All right? Number one, you compress your hours. Right? Shrink your voice, rearrange your world around the possibility of a reply. You refresh, right? You reread, you rationalize absence into the story that you fear. And then you barter pieces of dignity for crumbs of attention, right? If they hit me up, I feel good, but if they don't, life is just terrible today. Which one are you? Okay? It just reminds you of you. This posture, what this posture is, okay? This perspective is a ritual of smallness. It sounds like hope, okay? But it's really just hunger, it's starvation. The brother thirsty, the sister starving, right? That is what it is. It's pure lack, okay? That is pure lack. Number two is dethroned posture. This is the posture of God, of source, knowing that you are the center of your reality. Remember, you can put this to anything. You don't have to think about this specifically for a person. Think about it for whatever you want. It's all the same, right? And no, it makes no sense for me to be talking about SP and somebody be like, well, yeah, but what about money? It's the same shit. It's all made of the same substance of source. Talk about money. It's like, no. Okay, money's fine, but no, I need this SP. It's the same shit. Okay, it's all the same. All right. So the throne posture, you inhabit your life first. All right. You broadcast your frequency and live as if the universe bends to the authority of your inner world, right? You remember that you are the source. When you speak, reality leans in because your speech is identity. It's the identity that you actually want, right? I am the prize. I am the source, right? It's simply walking around in that knowing. When I'm talking about frequency or vibration, this is what I'm talking about. Walking around in that knowing that you are who you say you are. You are who you desire to be. You are everything. You are everything, okay? Invitation, right? It's invitation without desperation or compromise. If they show up, then, I'll feel a little bit better about myself. I'll reduce myself just so they can feel comfortable, forgetting that you are the source, forgetting that you are the throne, and they are a guest in your world. The sooner that you realize that other people don't exist, that they're just fragments of you, the sooner, the more that you will really be able to step into your abundance with all your relationships. The less that you are going to try to reduce yourself to accommodate others. The more you will allow people to meet you where you are. The more you will allow life, the world, to become your playground, because it is. It is your reality. It is your playground. It is your video game. That's all it is. Right? We talk about it's the Matrix and all. Yeah, it's your Matrix. It's all yours. You can do whatever you want. You can have whoever you want. But you cannot pull these people in your life off of lack. Right? You have to reclaim your divine posture and allow all these things to be added to you, right? Even scripture will tell you, seek ye first the kingdom, and all these things will be added to you, right? When you know who you are, when you embody the identity, meaning you just walk around knowing that you're source, knowing that you're God. When you remember who you are, now everything you desire just flows to you. But when you don't remember who you are, you take this posture, this pathetic posture, right? You rearrange your life around somebody else. If they hit you up, yay, I'm happy. If they don't hit you up, you feel like shit, right? It's guys, you're better than that. You deserve more than that. Yo, what up, y'all? You deserve more than that, all right? So which posture are your days proving? Let's go forward, all right? Let's talk about two things: desire from famine or desire from feast, all right? Desire from lack or desire from abundance, desire as source. All right, really think about this. Try to figure out which category are you in. Remember, yo ass, you are divine. You are God. Nobody else even exists in your reality. They're just fragments of you. They're not real. Right? There was a comment that was like, he's trying to call us all NPCs. Yes, I am. Everybody is an NPC in your reality but you. All right, so let's talk about this. So desire from famine. If they don't respond, I fall apart. The internal script, right, that you are rehearsing with this behavior is scarcity. If they don't respond, I fall apart. So when you embody that internal script, what follows? What behaviors follow? Stalking, right? Rationalizing, bargaining, diminishing yourself, right? You just cultivate a field of lack. That's all you're doing. You're just embodying lack, right? Now let's talk about the other side, desire from feast. Desire as source, desire as the God that you are, all right? I already overflow. I invite because it's a celebration. You can come into my reality because I'm already source. I'm full, right? It's a celebration of my love. My love overflows. And when you walk into my life, right, it's a celebration of that love, of that wholeness that I already am, right? The inner word is wholeness. The outer behavior is dignity. Dignity, right? The big D word, right? The real D that some of y'all need to be chasing, right? It's dignity. That's the real D some of y'all need to be chasing, right? You may call a person into your life, but you do it from the abundance of your own being. The magnetism produced by this stance it's irrefutable, all right? So creation is finished. Live like that. Neville Goddard said the outer world is a delayed photograph of your inner conversations. So change the conversation. Speak like a sovereign. Speak like God, and your photograph will show a banquet and not an empty chair. All right. This is the thing, right? Let's get off of the poetic talk and let me talk straight to y'all, right? Remember, I'm saying this out of love, right? I say this because I love y'all. Okay. When you put somebody on this pedestal, you forget that the reason that they are beautiful is you. The reason that they are beautiful is you. If right now you woke up with amnesia, with no memory, no one in your life would be special. That SP that you want would not be special. Hell, your mother, father wouldn't even be special. They would you couldn't tell them from anybody. But what makes everybody special is the story that you tell about them, right? You'll sit around and I'll be like, okay, tell me about your SP. Oh my God, he's just so great. Right? He's got this long vibranium pipe and he's so kind to me. And all. You will just tell stories about this person. Okay? But what makes you think you couldn't tell that same story about anybody, right? There are infinite versions of that person. Oh, my bad. There are infinite versions of that person within them. There are infinite versions of everybody within them. You seeing someone as special, it's just a reflection of your ability to see beauty. I want y'all to think about the most beautiful person that you know. The person that has the most beautiful perspective in your life. Right? Why do they have this beautiful perspective? It's because they constantly choose to see the beauty in things. They go through life, they look around, and whatever happens, they're able to see the beauty in it. This is a choice that they make over and over and over again, right? When this person that you wanted walked into your life the first time, you made a choice to see them a certain way. There was a moment, right? It might have spanned a day, it might have spanned a week, it might have spanned however long. There was a moment that you looked at them and you said, I can deal with this forever. And you looked at them and you felt the same way about how they looked at you. You didn't read their mind. You have no idea what was in their mind. You simply set your perspective about the situation. The only thing that happened in that moment was you decided to take a perspective. You were so in that moment that you faded into love. In that moment when you were present with them, you made a decision. I could be with you forever. You chose to see them a certain way. Okay? And now fast forward, what happened? I'll tell you the typical path that happens. We talk about this all the time. Let's say it again. Let's say it again. Sometimes the shit I say goes in one ear and out the other. I know. All right, so sit down and listen to me. All right, sit down, pay attention. We move forward from that moment, right? And then all of a sudden, our mind is drugged into the past. Right? Sometimes we might call it intuition. We might call it that, right? But our mind gets drugged into the past and we start thinking about, well, what about this woman in my past that hurt me? Or what about that man in your past that hurt me? Or you might see this specific person that you are in or that you are with. And all of a sudden they do something that goes into your mind, right? You take a mental snapshot and you start looking at it and you start to make a story. Well, I hope they're not like the other people. And so now instead of you being all the way present with that story, I could be with you and I know you want the same from me, right? Now your mind is drifting. You're not in the present anymore with them, right? It's drifting to the past. This is what I saw. I wonder what it was, right? You are starting to go to that scarcity mindset, right? Remember, to have something, you have to be present with it because you can only experience life in this present moment. You've never lived in the past or the future. All right. So you start getting pulled out of the present moment with them and you start reminiscing over the shit that they quote unquote did. Now you start gaslighting yourself with the story. Maybe they're like this. Maybe they're like that. Maybe they're not who I thought they were. And then you start thinking about the future. What could they be doing? What could they be doing when they're not with me? What could they be doing in the future when they leave? So you're really not present. And your lack of presence does what? It pushes them away. You are so caught up in the past. You are so caught up in the future. You are so caught up. Your consciousness is always being projected into places you're not even at, telling stories that you don't even want to experience. But guess what? This person has to leave. Because to him who has, more will be given. But to him who has not, even what they have will be taken away. This is the law. So you don't have it because you're not present with it and it has to go away. And now you're wandering around YouTube, listening to sad poetry, reminiscing on the love that you lost. And you come across manifestation and it tells you manifest your SP in 3 days by listening to this. And it sends you down a rabbit hole. And now in this present moment, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? Okay? You're thinking about all the things you could have done better in the past. You're thinking about the affirmations you did right last night. Was I doing them right? You're not present anymore. You're thinking about the future, wishing that you had them back, just trying to make it through this day to get them back, and you're not being present again. I've told this I am story, right? You didn't have them before because you weren't present, and you don't have them now because you aren't present. You're doing the same thing. You can't have anything in the future. The future doesn't exist. You can't have anything in the past. Past doesn't exist. You can only have it right now. And so the moment that you step into this present moment and you begin telling the story of how you want your life to be right now, you start telling the story of beauty, of love, of abundance, of everything that you desire to have right now. You start remembering who you are right now. Now everything can be added to you. But until you do that, you will constantly be in situations where you are losing things, where things are slipping from you because you're not present enough to appreciate them when you have them, right? I want you to think about this, okay? If you have a best friend, or you have children, or you have parents, whatever the case may be, if you have people that are close to you, what is the most important thing for you to receive from them? Presence. 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 It's always going to be the most important thing, right? This is also the most important thing for spirit to receive from you, is presence, right? Spirit is above your feelings, okay? When it comes to if you are grateful and love, spirit. If you are angry and bitter towards spirit, spirit is just spirit. Spirit just is. Spirit is not moved by your feelings at all, right? But what spirit is moved by is who you are being and your ability to be present, okay? Remember, spirit is you. You are spirit. Your ability to be present, right? Psalm 46:10, right? Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. That divine presence that remembers that you are everything that you desire to be right now. That is what allows reality to move. Because when you are still and you know right now that you are source, when you seek the kingdom first, and you realize that in this moment you have everything because you are everything. Now nothing can be taken from you. Hell, nothing can even be added to you. But reality will begin to rearrange to reveal all the things that you are, which includes that person that you want, which includes the money that you want, which includes the family relationships that you want, which includes everything, the opportunities that you want, everything, the body you want. All of these things are made manifest with your presence. All right? Cool. So a couple reflection questions. Let's get back to the SP. A couple reflection questions. Number one. If they never replied again, what would be different about your next 7 days, your next week? How would your next week be if that person you wanted never responded again? Damn, that water was good. The hell? That water was good to the mom. What would change? I've completely let go of the desire. I like that. Number 2, are you manifesting someone to complete you or to complement the overflow you already are? Which one are you doing? Are you manifesting someone because, you know what I'm saying, they've turned into your God? You wake up and you affirm for them like they're your God? If they just come back, I'll just feel good about myself. I don't know this works. I don't know this manifesting works if they come back. I need them back. Going through all the affirmations. I hope they like this one. Maybe they'll respond to this affirmation. He loves me. He loves me. He loves me. Which one are you doing, right? You are the source of your reality. You can have whatever you want, but you can't get there from lack, all right? Now, there is nothing wrong with wanting someone specific. The crime, right? The problem is wanting them as your lifeline, right? Attraction that is sovereign invites, right? Attraction from source, as source invites, but attraction that is needy it just chases. Just chases. All right. So here we go. Of course you can ask. Of course you can ask. That's what we're here for, right? Which story will you die believing? That you are an empty house waiting for footsteps, or that you are a house that holds 100 lights that never go out? The world pays attention to the one who thinks they already have it all. Walk as if the cosmos is a mirror to your inner proclamation, not a Santa Claus to your pleadings. If you must manifest someone, do it as source, calm, uncompromising, and in the real D that y'all should be wanting to embody, the real D, dignity. Dignity. If you will not do that, stop pretending that your waiting is spiritual. Stop pretending. If you're not doing this, right, with clarity, uncompromising in your dignity, knowing that you are source, then stop pretending that what you're doing is spiritual. Call it what it is, right? It's lack. It's hunger. Now feed yourself with the remembrance of who you are. All right. The throne is vacant, not because it belongs to someone else, but because you forgot to sit. All right. Because you forgot to sit. And of course you can join. You can join. But we got to get through this first. All right. So here we go. Next part. All right. We got a love letter. You know, I love writing love letters to you. This is a love letter to remind you of who you are. And then we got affirmations. All right. Love letter, then affirmations. Remember, you're not trying to become something new. You can't. How can you become something new? You're already all that there is. This is divine remembrance of who you have always been. Okay? So here we go. Here we go. Stop treating your worth like someone else's toy. Stop arranging your dignity around other people's calendars. Waiting is a habit that embodies lack. When you allow silence to define your value, you sign a contract. I will be small so others may feel big. The world does not need you to shrink so it can breathe. It needs you to arrive fully. Stand like the altar, like the God that you are. Speak like the summons you were meant to be, or you were built to be. Arrange your life as if your presence calls the world to ceremony, because it does. If they come to banquet with you. If they leave, they walk out of a room that still glows. Strength does not text for permission. It creates the evening and invites guests. Right? You are the banquet. Right? They should be begging you to come back. They should be the one looking up YouTube videos to manifest you. Which stance are you taking? They should be the one writing poetry and sending you love letters. Guys, a text, a phone call is the bare minimum. It's the absolute bare minimum. That bar is so fucking low, it doesn't even exist. Who are you? Are you source? Or are you just some beggar orbiting around somebody else like they are the sun? Who are you? Seriously. Who are you? All right? Refuse the smallness of waiting. Waiting is a slow death of appetite. It teaches you to ration love, to bargain for attention, to become a steward of crumbs. Instead, cultivate an economy of giving, right? Give from overflow and not from debt. Build yourself first, then call the ones who are worthy to sit with you. Call the ones that are worthy to sit with you. The question I always ask is, why do you even want to manifest someone who doesn't want you? Oh, I know. It's a triggering question, right? Alex, what do you mean? It's because I love him. It's because I love him. Why do you want to manifest someone who don't want you? Now, I say this because you can manifest whoever you want, for sure. You can get whoever you want. You can choose whoever you want. Because there's infinite versions of them. But why are you holding on to the version of them that doesn't even like you? If that version of them showed up, some of you, all right? Okay? Some of you act like you're so attached to the version of them that you don't want. You act like even if that shitty version showed up, you would still take it and be like, okay, yeah, I'll take whatever. Just give me whatever, bro. Think about that. You don't even want, you should not want that version. Haven't you chosen a different version? What are you doing? Are you sitting there and are you just reminiscing over old stories of lack that you don't even like? Or have you actually created a new beautiful love story with the version that you actually choose? Have you made it about you? Have you made it about you? Or is it still about them? Right? Make your silence thick with meaning and not emptiness. Let quiet be the place where you gather power and not the place you surrender it. A silent man or a silent person, I wrote this to me, but let's say person. A silent person who knows their worth is luminous, right? A silent person who measures themselves by replies is hollow. This is not cruelty to others, it is love to yourself. There is a holiness to refusing to be an afterthought. When you honor yourself first, you teach the world how to honor you. You will lose people who cannot meet you. Good. The ones who can will not arrive because they fear your light, but because they are drawn to it. And if they never arrive, the altar still stands. The bread is still broken and the light still burns. The thing that I always talk about is how you have to get beyond logic. You have to be the person that has what you desire no matter what. Because if you make it conditional and say, oh yeah, I have this person if I see them, but if I don't see them, then I don't have them. What you're doing is you're making it conditional. And making anything conditional is saying, I am not it. Because if you were it, it wouldn't be conditional because you just are who you say you are. Point blank, period, no matter what. When I say no matter what is not just, I'm not just saying that shit because it's fun. No matter what means no matter what. It's paid even if the eviction letter shows up, even if I'm kicked out, even if mentally I go to that place and it's like, I don't want to go there. That would imply I don't have it. I have to get beyond my logic and say, it doesn't matter what situation I can come up with in my mind. I have it no matter what. I am the authority. God makes a way out of no way. You need to start taking at least that part literally, right? Because what you do when you make things conditional, right? When you sit here and say, oh, I have this person or I have this money, but something shows up in your reality and you judge it by appearance and not righteously. You say, oh, well, there's this other person out there. Now it's a 3P or the bill's coming. What you're saying is you're not really it. You're not really prosperity. You don't really have that person. You're just saying, I want to have that person and I will have that person if reality proves it to me. So you're really saying I am not. And if you're saying I am not, guess what has to show up in your reality? The very thing that proves you are not has to show up because it is law. Reality can only give you who you are being. Identity has to come first. Circumstance comes second. Identity trumps circumstance. If you want to stand in the identity of money, I am prosperity, it should not matter what is showing up out there. This reality is not even real. Those bills you have, sure, the experience of it is real, but they're not real. You have the final say-so on what they mean. You could just as easily, instead of saying, bruh, it's just not working out, man. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Instead of telling that same sad, pathetic story, you could say the bills are showing up because Source is trying to show me how much capacity I have for money. They can mean whatever you say they mean. Reality is meaningless without you. It's all imagination. If right now your memory was gone, nothing would mean anything. The same way that you walk in a room right now and you say, man, I just think everybody was looking at me and they were judging me. That's just your imagination. That's not real. When you say that person just doesn't like me, you don't know that. You're not in their head. You're just making an assumption. And because you're making an assumption, an educated guess, a hypothesis, if you may, about this situation, reality comes out to meet you. It's all imagination. When you eat a piece of cheesecake, you say, bro, I'm gonna have to run this off because it's gonna make me fat. That is just your imagination. I know, but the science says this and the science says that. You can still transcend that. When you go to the therapist and they say, you're an anxious avoidant and you can only be around these type of people, and you say, you're right, my past was like this. This is just your imagination. Y'all are just sitting there and sharing stories, just batting stories off of one another. You have the final say-so on whether you accept that or not. You have the final say-so. You can say, okay, cool. You can tell me this, but I'm going to transcend it because I am God. I'm all that there is. How can you classify or categorize God as an anxious avoidant? How can you categorize God as a Scorpio? No, Alex, but that shit is real though, for real. That's your story. That's your limitation. It doesn't have to be everybody's, and you don't have to fight for it or argue for it. Now, this is not to say that you cannot hold on to beliefs. If you like the belief, hold on to it. Grip that belief, right? But if it's limiting you, why are you holding on to it? That's the bottom line of the message, is that at any moment you can transcend any belief. Any belief. Okay? Cool. All right. So here's some affirmations for you. All right? Here's some affirmations for you. Categories of self-concept. Right? It sounds so complicated. That sounds so complicated. Your self-concept is fine. Your self-concept is perfect. You're God. How can your self-concept be any greater than that? Right? Now, I want you to, let's talk about this, okay? Because this is a limitation. Believing that you have to work on your self-concept is no different, okay? It is no different than believing you have to reprogram a subconscious mind. It is no different than thinking you have to regulate a nervous system. What you are saying is, right now, I am not source. I am not all that there is. I am not what I want to be. And one day in the future, I might be it if I work to mysteriously become it. You don't have to work on your self-concept. You simply need to know that you're source. You don't have to regulate your nervous system. You simply need to know that you're source. You don't have to reprogram a subconscious mind. You simply need to remember that you're source. You can't even prove to me the subconscious mind exists. You can tell me stories about it. You can regurgitate what somebody else told you in a book. But if there is only one law, and that law is I am, and everything is God, and everything that you say after I am is simply you organizing God, then even me saying you are so God, you are so in alignment, you are so powerful, that even if you say I need to reprogram a subconscious mind, reality says, yes, you do. Even if you say I need to regulate a nervous system, reality says, yes, you do. Even if you say, oh, I need to work on my self-concept, reality says, yes, you do. It's all you. It's all a story that you're making up. There is one mind. There is simply the mind of God. That is it. Everything after that is just a way that we as humans try to what? Try to explain the infinite. That's it. The subconscious mind is simply a concession to all that there is. There is one mind. There is source. Now, in scripture, it says what? Whatsoever you ask the Father within my name will be given to you. It doesn't say whatever you reprogram the subconscious mind to believe will be given to you, does it? Is that what it says? Now, let's really talk about that, okay? If there's a subconscious mind, when do you know it's reprogrammed? When I see something outside of me change? Okay, so what you're doing is you're sitting here and you're saying, I have to reprogram something into a mysterious future. And one day, when I see something out there change, then reality is different. What are you doing? You're waiting for external validation to prove to you who you are. You're waiting for something out there to prove to you who you are. We'll have to work on this self-concept. How do you do that? Well, I have to affirm in the mirror and journal to myself. Okay, cool. So if you have to do that, when do you know it's done? When you wait and see something out there? So you're waiting for something out there to prove to you something. This is all you're doing. Anytime you believe in these long processes, subconscious reprogramming, self-concept work, mirror work, anytime you believe in that, regulating the nervous system, anytime you believe in that, what you're saying is, I am not it right now, and one day in the mysterious future that doesn't even exist, because there's only now. The future doesn't exist. The past doesn't exist. There's only right now. What you say you are right now is the truth. And you're always making a declaration of I am or I am not. The world just tries to throw these limitations on you. And then people try to pull you into their limitations with them. You can create the experience of being perfect right now, the same way that you can create the experience of needing to reprogram some shit. You are the one who created. There is only now. Now is the time of salvation. Now is where all your power is. How could your self-concept be any better? You're just choosing to take one perspective of all that you are. And that perspective is a perspective where you need to work on your self-concept. You can take a different perspective of I am source. That's it. You can take whatever perspective you want. All right? I say this all out of love, right? And if you want to talk about what the doctor said, we did a discussion. It's called the placebo effect. The placebo effect, right? When people got tired of waiting for something outside of them to change, and they made the decision right now that I'm already everything I desire to be, and all of a sudden things change. We call that the placebo effect, right? This is what we try to do. We try to use science to explain the infinite when science is just trying to explain the infinite. Science is a reduction of the infinite. What do you mean, what about this? What do you mean, what about these scans and what about these things, y'all? Come on now. Some old guy came up on TV one day and said you have to be in vibration and alignment. And we just took that shit out. We just consumed that shit. Oh yeah, you're right. Alignment, vibration, frequency. You don't even know what that shit means. They showed you big charts with numbers. The highest number is enlightenment and awakening and love. And you can't measure any of that. You don't know what any of that shit means. You're just walking around making shit up in your mind. This is all life is. It's mental. Life is mental. All is mental. So we just walk around creating stories in our mind about what everything means. That's it. Science is way behind spirituality. So to try to disprove source with science makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's beyond our comprehension. There's only one law, it's I am. Source is everything. Source is absolutely everything. Okay? I hear you, right? It can't, okay, let's say it can be measured, right? Because that's a beautiful point. Sure, your frequency can be measured. It can be measured. Okay, cool. But none of us walk around with a measuring stick. None of us walk around with a thermometer in our ass that beeps when we're in alignment or when we're in a certain frequency. We just walk around telling the story saying, I must be in vibration. I must be in alignment. I must be in that frequency. This is what we do. We're the ones saying that. None of us are constantly measuring that. What's source? Source is God. Source is spirit. Source is all that there is. Right? That's all it is. You are already the vibration of God. That's it. You're the vibration of God. Like beep, 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 beep. Oh shit, my bad. My bad, y'all. I just had to check the thermometer real quick, and you know what I'm saying? It's out of batteries. Let me charge it up for tomorrow, right? None of y'all are doing that shit. You are simply the vibration of all that there is. You are the vibration of God. And so when you remember that, now all the things can be added to you. Mm-hmm. All those things can be added to you. But it makes no sense to like try to condense source. Oh, you know where I pulled it from. You know where I pulled it from, right? You go to Amazon. If y'all want a vibration thermometer, you can go to Amazon and get it. They got multiple sizes, depending on your experience level, right? If you want the extra large thermometer, right? It really gets up there and you know, measures your vibration. You can get that one too, right? It's got overnight shipping available as well, right? So you can get whatever you want. Just go to Amazon, right? Link is in the bio, matter of fact. Amazon, the link is in the bio to the booty thermometer. Go and get your booty thermometer. You got it, all right? You got that shit. Cool. So, all right, here we go with the affirmations, y'all. I'm going to get off the thermometer and get on. Matter of fact, just because you're saying to get on top, I'm going to get right back off of topic. God damn it. I'm getting right back off of topic. All right, so here's the affirmations. Here are the affirmations. All right, remember, when I say these, this is not for you to try to be something different, okay? This is a remembrance of who you really are. All right, you're not trying to be something different. Remember, what do I have to be? What do I have to do is always the wrong question. What do I have to remember I already am is the right question, right? Because we can walk into situations and be like, oh, what do I have to do? How do I have to react? What do you mean, how do you have to react? You already have it. You already have it. Now, if y'all go to the link in my bio for real and you see a vibration thermometer, do not fucking order that shit. That hell gonna be thick as a Coke can. Oh, I just need this vibration so I can get my SP. I've got to get it up there somehow. I'm gonna send a bottle of baby oil with it too, right? Have fun measuring your frequency. You got all weekend to figure that shit out. All right, here we go. All right, so number one. Matter of fact, we only have 4 affirmations today, but these ones are a little bit longer. Okay, these are a little bit longer. All right, number 1. Let me stop reading the comments for a second. All right, number 1. I am not waiting for anyone to dignify my existence. My very breath is divine approval. I am not waiting for anyone to dignify my existence. My very breath is divine approval. Beautiful. All right, number two. My table overflows with abundance. My table overflows with abundance. I do not live on crumbs of attention or scraps of affection. I am the fire, the wine, the bread, the fullness that sustains, right? I am the banquet, right? I am the buffet, right? I don't look for crumbs out there in reality. I am the buffet. My table, my cup overflows, right? Because I remember who I am, because I know that I am the source in which all of it flows from. Right? Remember, the prosperity you seek is not out there. The prosperity that you seek is you. Yeah, right? It doesn't flow from out there. It flows from you to you. The money you have is the money you are. The money you seek is the money that you are. It's all you. It's your divine ass. All right. The next one, number 3. My life is arranged around my joy. Around my joy. Not another's convenience. I am not a detour. Not an afterthought. Not an empty chair waiting to be filled. I am the axis of my own world. And everything that aligns with my radiance turns into celebration. Beautiful. Everything. Right? Remember, joy is a choice. Joy is a choice. Gratitude is a choice. Right now, you can take a breath. You can relax into this moment and you can know that it's all perfect because you are perfect. You can know it's all perfect because you are perfect, right? Remember, all of these are on YouTube. Right? So if you go on YouTube, you can download the document. So you don't have to hurry. You don't have to catch a cramp in your hand trying to write these down too fast, all right? But I'll say that one more time. All right. My life is arranged around my joy, not another's convenience. Okay? My life is arranged from around my joy, not another's convenience. I am not a detour, not an afterthought. Okay, I am not a detour, not an afterthought, not an empty chair waiting to be filled. I am the axis of my own world, and everything that aligns with my radiance turns into celebration. right? I'm already the fullness of source. I'm already everything that I desire to be, right? You coming into my life is just a celebration of the love that I already am. That's all it is. You don't complete me, but I enjoy your presence, right? And it's just a reflection of the love I already am, right? It's a celebration. It's beautiful, right? We can do whatever you want to do, right? We can have a lot of fun, but you don't complete me. Right? I am already complete. I am already the wholeness and the fullness of the divine. Beautiful, right? And number four, last but certainly not least, right? My worth is intrinsic, immovable, and infinite. My worth is intrinsic, right? Immovable and infinite. It is the breath of God in me, the eternal I am that cannot be reduced, postponed, or forgotten. Beautiful. I walk as the finished work, the eternal treasure, the unshakable light. I walk as the finished work, the eternal treasure, and the unshakable light, right? I am that I am, no matter what. I am that I am, no matter what. So today was SP Day. Okay, today was SP Day, all right? Earlier today was a little bit more triggering of a conversation. I think the title of the conversation was, "It is pathetic to try to manifest a text from somebody." It's kind of straight to the point, right? Because it is. Because you are the center of the world. It makes no sense for you to be doing cartwheels and backflips around your living room because somebody gave you a text. Oh, he texted me, yay, right? And now you're jumping around doing blackface. It's ridiculous. You are the source. That's the bare minimum. You don't get excited when your mom texts you. That beautiful woman that birthed you, don't get excited when she texts you. But when this musty ass, funky ass SP or specific person texts you, all of a sudden, your heart just lights up with joy. Your life is complete now, right? It's ridiculous. You are the source. You are the source. They should be begging for you. They should be trying to manifest you. What perspective are you in? Are you in the perspective that, are you seeing them as the version of them that sees you as source? Or are you still seeing them from lack? Hoping that they'll respond to this new manifestation technique that you just learned tonight. Hoping that they'll respond to these new subliminal tapes that you just got fresh and hot off of YouTube. Oh, I can't wait to go to sleep for my subliminal so I can wake up to a text. Who are you? Right? Remember, here's the thing, all right, y'all? Here's the thing. When we put power in all those things, right? Sitting around and affirming all day like a psychopath. I'm not saying these things don't work, okay? I'm not saying these things don't work, but hear me when I say this. When you're sitting around affirming like a psychopath all day, right? He loves me, he loves me. She can't get enough of me. She's obsessed with me. She loves me, right? What are you gonna do when y'all have an argument? What are you gonna do when y'all have an argument? Are you gonna affirm your way through it? They're trying to tell you something. They're trying to tell you something, and all of a sudden you're trying to affirm your way through it. No, forgive me, they forgive me, they forgive me. Or are you actually going to be there, present? Right? Are you actually going to be there present, knowing that you are a source, right? Why we like to go to the source of things, to the knowing that you are already everything, right? And why we don't dwell on the processes is because when you start putting your faith in the processes, does it really allow you to have the best life that you want? Guys, I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. Right? And one thing that I see, and I talk to clients all the time, right? And we have to kind of shake y'all up out of that. We shake y'all up out of that nonsense mentality. But when you are making your life about processes, whether it's, you wake up every day waiting to get the right affirmation, so you can say the right affirmation, right? You're hanging around with your family. You can't even be present with them because you're too busy being in your head affirming shit. You can't wait to go to sleep at night. You deny yourself the opportunity to get closer to your friends, to do whatever the case may be, because you can't wait to do your state of kind of sleep to get this one person in your life. Guys, a week can go by, a month can go by, 3 months, half a year can go by, years can go by, and you look back like, where did the time go? nothing's gotten better for me. Think about that. Is that really how you want to experience your life? When you make it about you, right? When you make it about you, you can fill in all of those gaps in your life, all right? This path, okay? Let's be very, very, very straight to the point. This is not a path of trying to get one thing. This is a path of when you know that you are source, all the desires that you have can be added to you. You don't just deserve, right, to have this empty life where it's miserable without one person. You deserve to live where you want, to eat where you want, to drive what you want, to have the friendships that you want, to have the relationships with your family like you want, to have the love that you want. You deserve all of those things. Don't reduce yourself to crumbs. Don't reduce yourself to crumbs. You are source. This is your playground. You should be swiping your car without worrying about the cost. You should be driving what you want. Spending your time doing the things that you want to do. That is what you deserve. That is what you deserve. And that knowing that your source, going to the core of your being and making the choice to stop seeing yourself as the secondary character in somebody else's life, but starting to see yourself as the primary character, as the sun, as the source of this reality, that is what's going to allow your life to change quickly, right? And it's simply a decision. Simply a decision, all right? Cool. I love y'all, by the way. Love y'all. So what is it, 8:51 Central? That's all I wanted to talk about today. Let's do questions. If y'all have questions, if y'all want to join, let's do that. We can talk about whatever. We can talk about the money. We can talk about the SPs. We can talk about all that. Love y'all more. Are you going to upload the SP video? Yeah, it's already uploaded. It was streamed live. If you go to the YouTube and you go under the live, there's a tab, right? There's a bunch of tabs. There's a tab called video, that's uploaded video. And there's a tab called live, which is the live videos. It should be the live video on there. But it's already up though. It's already up though. What time do I come to TikTok every day? I have no idea. Whenever I feel ready. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening. Sometimes under, perfect, I'm glad you see it, right? Sometimes on the weekend, like tomorrow, I'll probably go twice. We'll go in the morning, we'll go in the evening. Sunday, we'll go in the morning, we'll go in the evening. Yeah, so I appreciate it though. Right. All right, what do you do if you don't know exactly what you want? Well, you stop making it conditional, right? Here's one thing. Oh, thank you, Alyssa. That was so romantic. I just feel like we just had a moment right there. Falling asleep to me, right? I appreciate that. Right? So here we go. What do you do if you don't know exactly what you want? You allow life to unfold. And when you allow life to unfold, then you allow it to give you or to grant you clarity on what you want, right? Enjoy the place that you're in right now. Enjoy the moment that you're in. Right? Now, if you don't know exactly what you want, take that as a blessing. If you know exactly what you want, take that as a blessing as well. But it's all simply leading you to your next thing. Now, remember, here's another thing to remember about choice is that we sometimes will have this belief that we have to say things specific, which is another limiting belief. This is the same way that some people will tell you, right? Well, don't say no or don't say not, because the subconscious mind doesn't understand the not when you say not. It's like, so you mean this infinite intelligence within you that knows you better than you know yourself, the awareness that watches you, the awareness that has been with you through lifetimes, has been here from eternity, cannot understand the word not in the English language? Right? All of these things are limiting beliefs. This is why even scripture would tell you, right, before I formed you in your mother's womb, I knew you. Take no mind of thinking, what shall I eat? What shall I eat? Or what shall I drink? For your Father in heaven knows you have need for all these things, right? Who do we believe we receive the desires from? When we are praying, who do we believe we are praying to? Right? This goes back to thinking that we're praying to some Santa Claus in the sky. And in order for us to get the life that we want, we have to write a specific desire. And then we have to send it up and be quote unquote good by the standards of morality of men to get something, right? All of that is an illusion. The truth is that you receive the desire from the awareness that is aware of yourself, which is just you. Source is you. Source is within you. Source, you are the identity of God. God is pure spirit. God is pure spirit. You are the identity of this spirit. So when you have a desire, it is what? Spirit wanting to have this desire through you. Through you. So enjoy, right? Enjoy every moment. Know that before you even have the desire, right? Source already knows what you want. Spirit already knows what you want. I have a lot of clients that we're getting to the point right now where I love how these discussions are evolving, even the coaching is evolving, right? Where a lot of people are getting to this point where they're not even affirming and visualizing anymore. They're not doing anything. They're just being, right? And when they have a desire, they just know that it's fulfilled. They know that it's going to show up because they walk around in the knowing that they're source. That's it, right? That is it. So it doesn't really matter. The specificity or the vagueness of your request doesn't move source. Doesn't move spirit, right? At all. You simply, like, when certain things say like seek ye first the kingdom, and then separately it says, well, the kingdom is within you, right? That's just the truth in plain sight. It's just hiding something in plain sight. What is the kingdom? It's all that there is. But it's already within you. So seek ye first the kingdom. What else is within you? Spirit. Seek the knowing of yourself as the source, as everything, and then everything will be added to you. You just hit it right in plain sight. When you know who you are, everything can be added to you. Right? You weren't born here to walk around, right, writing love letters, writing requests to some being in the sky that may or may not give you what you want. That's not what you came down here to do. What's up, Leslie?
Hey, how you doing?
I am great. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much.
Long time no talk, man.
Thank you. Just thank you for everything, all the time, your wisdom, your knowledge.
I appreciate you.
Sharing it. Much appreciated.
I appreciate you so much, Leslie. Thank you. I feel like we haven't talked in a while.
I know. I've been, I just listen.
Yeah.
I'm more of a listener than a talker.
That's fair.
So my question is, so I consider myself to be a hustler.
Okay.
And from childhood, my parents, they raised 8 children together and they hustled to raise their kids. So that's definitely instilled in me, and I know, that's my story.
Okay.
And so in my pursuit of abundance,
Yeah.
and in this place where I'm carrying my ass to the end and I'm sitting my ass down to the end.
Yeah.
However, still navigating through day-to-day life and pursuing money.
Yeah.
I just need to know, and I think you answered this question, but that's just kind of what I've been pondering the last couple of days. Like, okay, how do I pursue this without, I don't want to pursue it from a position of lack or, I'm hustling, I'm striving.
Well, when I say, okay, you're judging what you do as right and wrong. But when I'm talking about the striving, right, I'm talking about the striving for alignment. I'm talking about the striving for worthiness, right? So whatever you do in the middle is going to be fine. So let me put it like this, all right? The moment that you occupy the identity of abundance, right, you know that you are source. The moment that you occupy that identity, from that point forward, everything that you do becomes magic. Everything is enchanted, right? So what you're doing is you're going to the end, you're staying there in the I am abundance. And now whatever you do on the process, there are infinite ways to get to that end. Okay, so staying in the end is what creates the unfolding. It is what creates the middle. It's no use judging the path and saying, oh, I should be doing it this way. I should be doing it that way. If you want to sit back and do less, do that. If you feel that your identity is this hustler, then allow your hustling to also add to the increase, knowing that you can still get the money and the prosperity from all kinds of ways known and unknown. But when we go to the end and then we start judging the middle and like, I don't know if I am doing this right because I'm doing this or I'm doing that or I'm moving too fast. Well, that's just you judging something as imperfect when you are perfect. You are the perfection. So what it's about is when you see yourself as perfect, now judge everything that you do as perfect. Whether you want to take a nap because you're tired of hustling today, that's perfect. And that's still leading you to your abundance. Whether you still want to do what you do because that's ingrained in you, right? You still do that because that's abundance as well. It's getting to the point where you realize it's not the action that is abundance. It is you that is abundant, right? The actions are just what you do. But you can do an infinite combination of actions and your abundance is still promised to you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
No problem. Made sense?
So I can keep my hustle on.
Yeah. You can do whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Be you, right? Like, it's just being. It's being with a different mindset. It's as if you lose the concept of manifestation techniques, and before you learned about it, you just all of a sudden you move to the place of knowing that you are perfect, that everything works out, that I am abundance. I get to choose the end, and when I choose that end, everything that I do in the middle is magic because I am the magic. So when you walk into doing your hustle, just know that the work that you do is magic because you are magic. And then when you're done, or when you call it early, when you try to work late, be like, okay, it's magic that I'm working late because I am prosperity. When you don't want to work late, and you say, you know what, I'm going to call it early. I'm going to call it quits early. I'm finna go take my ass a nap. I'm finna go pour up a glass of wine. I'm finna watch a movie. That is abundance as well because you are the magic.
Thank you. Love that.
Absolutely.
So just be me.
Just be you, exactly. That's you, because you are the perfection of source. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Cool. Appreciate you listening, as always.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Who's the next tribute? Who's volunteering? Don't get shy now. Y'all don't get shy. You're asking all them questions in the comments, and I say, come on up. You don't want to come up. Let's go. You're like, don't put me on blast about my SP. Put somebody else on blast. I hear you. All right, let's see here. Let me see if anybody else has some questions. How do you put yourself in abundance even though it's not around you? I like that question. How do you put yourself in abundance even though it's not around you, right? That's a beautiful question because I thought the same thing. I was like, what you mean I have to sit around and know that I'm prosperity? I've never had money before. I remember being in that exact mindset. Like, how am I supposed to have prosperity when I've never been around prosperity, when I've never been around money, right? Here's the thing, right? It's about realizing that you are the prosperity. It's not necessarily holding yourself different or doing things different. It's about knowing yourself differently, remembering yourself as a whole differently, and then everything becomes magical. It's the same thing that we were just talking about with Leslie, right? You are the prosperity. If you are outside, okay, and your eyes are closed, You don't fight off the darkness to get to the sunlight. You open your eyes and you realize the sun is shining the whole time. It's always there. You don't have to fight off lack to get to prosperity. You simply remember that you are prosperity and all these things are added to you. I want you to really pay attention to your life. Do you truly see yourself as prosperity? Do you understand? Do you see everything that you do as a bridge, as a portal that adds prosperity into your life? Or are you sitting around judging things as right and wrong? Because you see something as some way, you're like, oh, I've been praying for prosperity, trying to manifest prosperity, and I don't see it. It doesn't look right. So now all of a sudden you say, I must be doing it wrong. I must need to change up something. If you are doing that, what you are saying is that reality is your God. It basically holds the key to your being. You are basing your identity on what you see out there. And if you are doing that, nothing can change. You have to get to the point where instead of looking out there for validation, right? For the proof that the money is coming, for the proof of this or the proof of that, you have to realize that you are the proof. I am the prosperity. I have divinely remembered who I am. And that remembrance is that I am prosperity. I am source. And so now everything that I do is prosperity. Even if the bill comes, it means that prosperity is on the way too. Because of course I can't have this without source giving me a way to pay for it. We have to start looking through the veil, seeing through the illusion. This is what judge not by appearance, but judge by righteous judgment means. It doesn't mean you sit around and everything just looks like rainbows and butterflies now, right? It means that you see through the illusion. Nothing is what it seems. These are real experiences that I walk through, but nothing is as it seems. It's all as I say it is. And if it's all as I say it is, then I have a divine obligation to my true self to see everything as prosperity, because that's what I really am. Right? What it do, what it do.
How are you doing?
I'm blessed, as always. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Mm-hmm.
What is the topic of today?
It was SPs, but it can be whatever you want. It was basically trying to manifest a text from an SP is pathetic. That's what the topic was.
How long have you been on live, Alex?
An hour and 12 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, what's up?
So I wanted to share with you, and I wanted to see your perspective on something.
Let's talk about it.
So my friend was going out of town with her boyfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were going from Houston to Orlando. So, a lot of people have been saying that they really have not been traveling out of, the city or the state or whatnot, because I don't know if you heard, there's a lot of immigration going on with Latinos or just with immigrants itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I really don't get into that because I really don't care for it. But long story short, her boyfriend is an immigrant, right? So she was going over there this week, and she called and she was she was a little not upset, but she was just kind of sharing with me that her family was basically telling her don't go over there, are you guys not here, what's going on, you need to be careful. And of course it's following kind of the same thing as how we are, we shouldn't be fear-based. So we talked about that, right? She's like, man, my family's so fear-based. They're they say they know about God and the Bible, but everything's just fear, right? So we talked about that, and I told her, I was like, well, just give them love. That's all they know, and this is how we've been taught and whatnot, right? And I said, but you go on your trip, you guys enjoy it, everything's gonna be fine, nothing you gotta worry about, right? She's like, yeah, I'm gonna go, I'm not worried about it or anything. So she goes on her trip, and they get stopped, and he's taken into custody, right?
Okay.
So she calls me yesterday, and she's like, so yeah, he's taken into custody. She calls me yesterday. She's like, they took him in. And I thought she was joking. I was like, no, they didn't. She's like, yes, they did. So we're both kind of like, it was like, okay, like, at the moment I was like, I may not understand why this is happening, whatnot, right? So this is a circumstance we're dealing with right now, right? She's there. He is in custody, right? So it's kind of like, now, we do have other people where it's like, they're not telling her we told you so, but it's like, okay, like we told you to be cautious, right? And now, like, I was talking to her brother, and her brother was kind of like, I understand the mind is a strong thing and be positive, but you guys have to also understand that you have to be cautious. Like, if you guys say that you're not fearful of anything, then why do you guys have car insurance? And why do you guys have this if you're not running with fear, like in the sense you guys are? Which I thought about it and I was like, well, yeah, I do have this. I do. Like, so in a sense, we're all like, I guess, being cautious, right? In the sense of certain things that could potentially happen to you, the need that could happen, right? But this one really took me out because I'm just like, fuck, like we're so into like, everything's gonna be fine. And even though like this is happening, I told her like, I know you may not understand into why things are the way that they are, and it's not a pleasant circumstance for you, and it's not comfortable for you or him, right? But I was like, this is gonna have a good outcome. I know we cannot see it as that as of right now, right? And it's easy to tell her, right? Because she's dealing with a lot of emotions. But again, we both were like, oh, people are running with fear. We're not doing that, and now it's like, oh, here we are in the circumstance. So when it's I don't know, I just kind of want to hear your perspective about like this.
Gotcha. When we are in, first of all, sorry to hear that, man. That's a very, very unfortunate situation. All right. Second of all, what is actually, all right, I'm going to be sensitive at first, and then we're going to get into it. All right. The thing about these situations, right, is sometimes life does test you, but it's not a testing as in there is something out there that's testing you. There is source testing you. There is reality is testing you per se. But sometimes things do not look ideal. But fortunately for all of us, fortunately for you, fortunately for me, fortunately for everybody listening to this, and everybody, all right, you are source. It does not matter what anybody else is going through, okay? It does not matter what anybody else is going through. It does not matter what they believe in. All that matters is how you see a situation. You get to choose how every situation is going to play out. It's not about bringing other people on board with their faith. It's about you seeing the situation unfolding perfectly, no matter what other people are believing about it, right? You don't have to change their perspective to get them out. You simply have to change your perspective of that situation to liberate them from that situation. All right? So it's still about you. Now, anybody can say, yeah. So I have, my family, so I'm Nigerian, right? So my family is I guess paranoid would be a rough word, right? But cautious. Let's just say cautious. All right. So yes, there's a lot of fear that goes around even within my family, but I still have to make the choice on whether I want to accept it or not. If that becomes the lens that I want to see reality through. So right now you can still choose to see this situation as nothing has happened wrong. It's everything is going to work out, and see him still just back reunited with his woman, right? You can choose to see that. And no matter what they say, all of those lectures are meaningless. Sure, you can do things safer. You can do things safer in physical reality. You can judge how you move by what's going on in physical reality. We still have to do this. This is why even Jesus said, right, give what's owed to Caesar, right? And then give what's owed to God. It's because we still do need to, quote unquote, still abide by certain laws of physical reality. right? You still get up and wake up and go to work sometimes, right? You still do all of these things. Experiences happen that look a certain way, but you still get to place your authority or place your vision on the authority that is you, on spirit, on what you want to happen out of this situation. So that's where your power is. I hear, right, and I empathize with you tremendously. I empathize with her tremendously. I empathize with him tremendously, and the entire family. Right? But you, yes, you can see this situation exactly how it is, and you can still, you can still talk to him about practical ways to handle things. Absolutely, you can talk about them practical way. You can tell them, or we can talk about practical ways to handle things, but we can still look at things the way that we want them to be and understand that that is the law and how it's going to play out.
Yeah, no, and I've been doing that. You know, I've been telling her like, I know, we might not understand into why, right? I was like, you have plans that things were gonna happen a certain way, right? And you have plans, and this may be leading you to those plans, even though like they just look freaking insane out there, right? Like I get it, like I hear you, and I tell her like I'm not sitting here telling you like don't feel what you're feeling. Like feel sad.
Yeah, for sure.
You have to cry it out, but never self-sabotage yourself through the process of it, right?
Yeah.
But you know, in a way, it's like I know she hasn't told me. Well, I mean, this is how I'm perceiving it as like we both were very so confident, like yeah, like girl, you go out of town and enjoy the trip with your man. It's gonna be fine, right? Like I never would have thought this was gonna happen, and I know she didn't either, right?
Yeah.
But it's like reality, literally, like it's like I don't want to say if it slapped us in the face, but it's just like what exactly we didn't think was gonna happen. It's happening, right? So then I again, you know, like kind of the example when I was talking to her brother, he was like, okay, well, you know, I understand, like, you know, the mind is a very strong thing. This and that. He's like, but then again, like, you know, like why do we have like, you know, health insurance? Why do we have card insurance? And it's just like I guess my mind hasn't been able to grasp that. Like I'm like, okay, well, I decide to be cautious, but like, am I being cautious because I'm feared? So if I'm being fearful, am I being faithful? And it's just kind of like I just haven't been able to process that in a sense into how, you know, like I have flood insurance, I have health insurance, I have a card, I have a lot of things to quote unquote protect me from things that could potentially happen. But then again, I'm like, oh, everything's always working out for me. But then I have a gun, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're judging those actions as if you still don't have to go through physical reality, right? You still don't know what's going to show up in life. Yeah, we can say everything is going to work out perfectly, but does that mean that every single thing is going to look exactly the way that you want it to look? No. So we still do fear and doubt and anxiety is not the problem. It's never the problem. We still have to go through life in a responsible way. That's it. We still have to do all the things that allow us to be safe in this world. But we can still choose when certain things happen to liberate ourselves from that situation by seeing it as ideal and seeing it as perfect, right? I hear it makes sense. Yeah, why do we have flood insurance or things like that? But that's looking at it from a very limited way. Yes, I do all those things because that's part of being a responsible adult here in the structure and the system that I live by, right? I do those things because it's part of the script that I'm on. The script that I'm on is I live within this society, and those things, I have them because if something happens to my place, I want those things, I want to be taken care of. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm living around in fear. I'm not sitting around thinking every day that a fire will come. But I know that if it does, right, I'll be okay. That'll be taken care of. But then I'll also still be able to see things ideally the way that I want them, and I'll be able to rebuild after that. Right? Sometimes life just happens. Life unfolds in a way. Without being careless, yeah.
I'm over, I guess, and I wasn't really overthinking it too right now that I'm talking to you, because it's like, okay, like, why do I gotta get that to prepare myself for something that actually happening?
Yeah.
So am I really running into like I am the creator of my reality? Why am I preparing for something that I may not like a flood, like me crashing? You know, like it's just like I'm preparing for something that I don't want for it to happen by me doing that.
Are you, or are you just, okay, you get those things just because they protect you if that thing happens. But because you have insurance, does that mean that you're preparing for an accident? You can have
Say it
insurance.
again.
Just because you have insurance, does that necessarily mean you're preparing for an accident? You just have insurance.
Because you think that something may happen, could happen, but why should we perceive it
Something,
as that?
something may always happen. Something may always happen, right? Reality, okay, reality is not a predictable thing that you just know what's going to happen at every single moment of the time, right? Then it would lose its fun, it would lose its zest. You would see through the illusion so clearly and so easily, right? Things would just be falling out of the sky, right? Reality would just fall apart. It has to be convincing. You have to have certain things that happen. Just because I get insurance on my car does not mean I'm preparing to get in an accident. I don't want to get in an accident. That's all. I don't want to get in an accident, but it's just part of having the car. And I think it's like illegal not to have it anyway. Right? Because I get fire insurance on my house, it's not because I'm preparing for a fire. I just have it because in case that happens, I will be protected. It's not preparation for it. Preparation for it is me build preparation for it is a completely different thing, right? If I start making the center focus of my life it, you can still make the choice right now that will never happen to you. But are you going to, okay, is that really how you want to spend all of your consciousness? Just thinking about all the problems that could happen and saying you'll never go to that? Or do you just want to enjoy life knowing that whatever happens, you'll be liberated from it? Whatever happens is going to point you forward to exactly what you need or something better, or it's going to give you clarity on what you want. I hear what you're saying and it makes sense, but I think you're getting stuck at a level of reality. You're getting stuck at judging things as right and wrong, right? I was in a fire, and if I wasn't in that fire, my life isn't the way that it is now. Now, I wouldn't wish that situation on anybody else, but it's still something that allowed me to grow. We have a choice to see everything as liberating to us. It doesn't mean that we're going to look, just because you have insurance doesn't mean you're preparing for something. And you're still sourcing God enough to know that whatever happens to you, you can get over it. And it's part of some kind of quote unquote plan to get you to what you want. That's all.
Which I feel like I perceive things kind of more of, what you just said. I just believe everything would work out. And I understand it. The reason why I was sharing with you, because I was truly, instead of like sitting and doubting, it was more I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah.
And wanted to hear your perspective about it. Because like I've been sitting here and I'm telling her like, this man wanted to marry you, but shit, we didn't know he was gonna get to marry you like this fast because of this, right? Like,
Well, who says that all that can't still happen?
No. What I'm saying is now she's like, I gotta marry him so I can fix it ASAP, type of thing, right? So it's just kind of a joke about it, like
That's why.
We wanted to marry you, but we didn't know it was gonna turn out like this, right?
Yeah.
But and I'm sitting like, like I get it, and I'm going into the worst case scenario. I said, girl, if he already came here legal once, like it didn't mean that he can't do it again, right? So worst case scenario, right? But it's just so many ways around it, and I'm keeping her on it, but at the same time that I'm dealing with this with her, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, what is it showing me too? Like, because I feel like this is showing me something too. So with everything that I just shared with you, is like, I'm truly just trying to understand. Like, whenever they gave me the example about the insurance, like, my mind had not been able to grasp anything until right now that I'm talking to you. Like, all this, but this, but that, like, I literally, they just came in right now. Like, I just couldn't grasp it. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't perceive it a certain way. I was like, I need to ask Alice about it, right? And also, too, like, the whole thing, like, me and her were so stuck into, like, everything's fine. We shouldn't be fear-based. And then because of the way we were seeing things, we go and she does that, right? And now it's like, oh, it happened.
Yeah. I got you. Y'all kill me when you say, I have to ask Alex. Y'all kill me when y'all say that shit.
I just want to hear your perspective, because I like how you view things, because I know whenever you are going to throw something at me, it's not going to be a limitation, right? It's like full understanding and knowledge, which is what I truly just want.
I got you.
Like, I want to have knowledge instead of like, like just kind of stay stuck. I always like, I questioned why, because I want to truly know what it's behind it and why does it happen that way.
Right. I don't think you're going to be able to tell exactly why it's happening, but you will be able to see, okay, once all this situation blows over, because it will, and once everything works out perfectly, because it will, then you'll start seeing things. But oftentimes we can't see anything, or we can't really see things until we look at it in reverse. Right? I don't think that the point right now is for you to understand everything. It is for you to just know what you want out of the situation right now, and then trust that it is going to unfold that way. Look, we'll never be able to get the understanding of everything. Go ahead.
Another thing too that I noticed while it was happening, because she called and I was like, okay, what do you want me to do? And I was like, do you need me to go to you, right?
Yeah.
And she said yes. So that meant I need to cancel my whole day. That meant I need to book a flight ASAP. Like, that meant all that stuff, right? So I was like, well, I gotta do what I gotta do, right? But my mind automatically took me into like, I feel like I really don't have like a money. I'm not really scared of money like that, but I did notice that I did have some type of limitation when it comes down to money, because my mind automatically, the first thing that kind of came in was like, the flight is expensive, you're canceling your appointments. I was like, but this is not the point about this. Like, money's gonna come, that stuff is gonna be paid off. It's like, I dropped it, right? But I did notice that I also had a limitation when it comes down to that, because instead of me perceiving it as, I'm going with my friend to show her support, it doesn't matter how much it costs, right? Which is with love. It's like, I'm thinking about, oh, you're canceling the whole day, you're not making money, you're wasting more money. Like, I was like, that's a limitation right there too.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a limitation. It's just a story that you can change right now. You can immediately change the story, right? It was just, you had a feeling of doubt. And when you had that feeling of doubt or anxiety about that money, all of a sudden your mind, my bad, all of a sudden you went to a story that's not necessarily true. It's just a story. No story is inherently true. So now that you have awareness on that story, you can simply tell another story. You can say, oh, no, that's how an old version of me would have thought. But now I choose to think this way because this is who I really am. So you can still flip that story right now. You don't have to hold on to it. It was just, it happened in that moment. Right now it's a brand new moment, right? Right here is where your power is.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you can drop that right now. That was an old version of you. That version of you is gone now. It doesn't exist anymore. You are prosperity right now, right? So remember who you are. Like we're all gonna have moments of doubt or fear or anxiety where all of a sudden we start to tell a story that we don't want. The power is not in never telling a story you don't want. The power is in having the awareness to when you catch yourself, you can immediately flip it and say, nope, that's not what I want, right? That's a limiting belief. The moment that you realize it's a limiting belief, you don't have to identify with it anymore. You can say, oh shit, I don't want this story. This is the actual truth. The truth is that money flows to me and I can't miss money. I can't miss money because I am money, right? Because that's the truth. It's not that you're missing. So money can come to you in infinite ways. You're not missing anything because you are the money. It'll all show up for you even more now. And you can even make a difference. So you can say because you're showing up for somebody else, that money's going to flow to you in a different way and even more. You get to give everything meaning. So you can decide that all this is for you.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
Okay, Alex.
Makes sense?
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Everything's going to work out, man.
Yes, there it is.
I already see it. Cool. Thank you, Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. What up?
Hi, Alex.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm always good. I'm always blessed.
I believe it.
Amen to that.
I want to hear about it.
You want to hear about what?
You being blessed.
All right. Let me go on and go off for a second. All right.
Okay.
I'm alive right now. I feel like I'm in the flow state right now. Money's good right now. I haven't looked at my bank account in a long time. My family is healthy. I just had a great conversation with my sister. She's going to this charity event. She's living the life of her dreams. Everything is just getting better and better for her, right? What more could I ask for? I feel healthy. I feel good. Right? Like life is just good. Life is just good for me. I'll stop right there.
And you just find space to like be happy there, right?
Yeah. It was a choice. It's a choice, right? Right now is perfect, right? What more could I ask for? Even if I went beyond the things, like the visible things that I could see, right? There's a power within me that loves me so much that my heart is beating. I don't have to affirm for it. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to do anything, right? Even if I forget about breathing, I will breathe because I'm infinitely supported. Right now, there might be whatever there might be whatever happening in the world, but right now, in this moment where I am, it's absolutely perfect. I'm absolutely blessed. There's nothing I need right now. Even if I was hungry, there was still nothing that I need right now. Even if I was thirsty and I needed to drink, there's nothing that I would absolutely need right now. Right now, I am whole, I'm complete, right? And I meet God in this moment, right? What more? What more could I ask for?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, when you get to that point of having everything, it's like all there's left is to just enjoy it, you know?
Yeah.
And for some reason, it's like, I feel like most people just want.
Yeah.
Because we have to, you know, to feel secure, especially financially. You gotta want your bills paid every month, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, what if you get to a point where you don't need to focus on your bills being paid because they're just paid? Like, who are you gonna be then? You know, I feel like most of us can't really grasp that.
That's a good point. I think in order to even get that, it goes back to, first of all, knowing that you have that connection with Source. And while you're on this path of trying to get things, do you actually sit and enjoy the moments of the unfolding, right? Everything that you desire, sure, it will come. Sure, it'll show up, right? But right now, who are you, right? Are you constantly reaching for something in the future and you can't even enjoy this moment? Well, once you have it, you're only going to have it for a moment. You'll enjoy whatever you want for a moment, and then you go back to what? To right now. You go back to right now. So who are you actually being on the journey to get everything? Because this moment is the moment that you experience for the rest of your life. Yeah.
That's deep.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really deep. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of in a similar place. Like, I kind of have everything I want. It could always be better, but I already know it's gonna come. Like, it's just a matter of time and alignment.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I'm like, what I need to do in the meantime is create stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like a very creative person. And in the privacy of my own home, creation is fine, but if I were to put my art in a museum, it's like, I'm good off that, you know? Or like, just learning how to participate in public kind of co-creation. And I guess a question for you would be like how you kind of come to terms with putting yourself out there, trusting that like it's gonna exist forever, you know?
I don't think about it like that, right? I think thinking about it like that does add some pressure to it, but I have a desire to put myself out because that is Source wanting to put itself out through me, right? And then who am I denying by not putting myself out, right? What if somebody needs your art, which someone does, or else you wouldn't have the desire to put it out? Well, then why are you denying them? Why are you denying them by being so caught up in, what is it, the judgment of others? And really even fearing the judgment of others is just fearing the judgment of ourselves, because others are ourself anyway, right? How I really think about even my content and how I deal with it is, and I've told this story, but I'll be tell it a little bit more in depth, is that I understand that right now there are infinite versions of me living out lives, right? What we consider past life, future lives are all happening right now. So there are versions of me that could be receiving what I'm putting out and it helps them, right? That's enough. That's enough for me, right? If I'm giving a talk, we're having a discussion, and one person receives the message and it allows them to have the life that they want. It allows them to, choose a different outcome of a situation that's really been bothering them, right? That is enough, right? If one person is pushed to have a different perspective on life as a whole, right? That is enough, okay? So it's about measuring myself based on what can I do with this one thing, right? I enjoy being in the flow state. I enjoy having these discussions because it's just who I am. These were just the same discussions that we have right now is the same discussions I was having with friends. Same discussions I would have with my sister. Same discussions that I would just have with random people that I would meet, right? Now I'm just doing it online. It's no different. It's just an expression of who I am. But if I can help one person on the way, that is fine. If I thought about, well, this is going to be out there forever and for infinity and all these people will see it, and well, I don't want to focus on that. It doesn't help me to focus on that. So I don't think about that. I simply think about this one moment because this one moment is all that matters. The beautiful thing even about this moment is, I'm creating this in this moment. We're all enjoying this, sharing this moment together. But when this moment passes, this moment never passes, all right? But let's say tomorrow, okay? The now moment in tomorrow, someone is watching this video. Where do we share this moment? We still share this moment right now. It's all about this moment. It's simply about me doing my best in this moment to create some kind of connection to help somebody right now. And that is enough, right? Anything outside of that is a cherry on top. I don't really think about that, right? It's not really it's never been my focus. That's how I think about it.
That's so interesting. Like, letting this moment be all of the moments. So, yeah, I don't know. Because I've always thought about it from the perspective of forever. Like, this is going to live forever, so you have to put your all into it. Like, it has to be the final draft right now.
Yeah.
So it's more freeing, I guess. But
yeah.
What if you mess up? Or what if you say something to get canceled? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. All those things are legitimate, right? But that's so funny that you said that. Because I was just having a conversation about being canceled with someone else. My stance has always been you only get canceled when you start apologizing for shit. When you double down on shit, you don't get canceled. But anyway, that's beyond the point. But yeah, there are all of those fears, but even all of those fears are things outside of your control. And those are things that you can deal with when they show up. But right now, in this moment, you're fine. Right now, in this moment, okay? If anyone, right, if you constantly are just focused on the perfection, right? By human standards, what is perfection? By human standards, perfection is something that we're always going to be chasing and striving and reaching for. But, even when I used to do video editing, right, I would get to this point in the editing where I'd be like, all right, this is cool. And then I would sit on it and then I would watch it in the morning and I'd be like, hell no, I need to do something else. There's always this additional reaching, right? Even with these videos, right? Why we can say things or why I can say things the exact same thing in so many different perspectives is there's always a new, like every moment is always new. This moment right now, I could reach back and I could say something that I said before in a completely different way. So I'm always expanding. You're always expanding. You'll always see a new vantage point. But right now, what I have already said in that moment was perfect for that moment. What I'm saying in this moment is perfect for this moment. What I'll be saying tomorrow in that moment, which is still this moment, is perfect in that moment, right? Why am I judging these past versions of myself when this version of myself only exists right here? Because those versions of myself took that leap of faith and were able to say what was on their mind, right? Put out their art. So I think that's the challenge that I would say is, you're constantly going to be evolving. Your definition of perfect is a sliding. It's always moving around. It's always going to be expanding because that's the nature of you. But you're already perfect right now.
And that's valid. Like, what you say is valid. I think I'm even going to a deeper extent, in this day and age, docs. One second, my mom kept calling me. She's just upstairs, though. She's probably talking about her packages. But, yeah, like, in this day and age of doxing and stuff, it's just like, people can act crazy online, you know what I'm saying? So there's that you have to bargain with. I'm literally born on the same day that Martin Luther King died. Like, I feel like someone with a voice almost.
Yeah. Look at you. All right, so do you believe that that's just a story that you're telling that's adding additional pressure to what you're doing? We gotta look up what doxing means. Form of harassment involves public. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Wow. Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it. It's like a public harassment exposing people's private information. Is that what you meant by it?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. But do you believe that even that's a story that you're telling to add more pressure, right? Oh, I'm born on the same day as this person, so I have this calling to speak this truth. Sure, right? All of that is true because you say so. But does that add unnecessary pressure?
It does add pressure, but it almost adds a sense of reality. Like, I'm not delusional. There are forces out there that are trying to, limit people,
Okay. And that in itself is also a story, right? Now,
Is it a story?
Yeah, of course it is. Everything is a story. Even me saying there's not people out there to help is a story, right? It's all a story.
I wonder about the people, the victims of these alleged conspiracy theories, right? People that have been trafficked through tunnels or that have gone through horrific things at the hand of the government, whether that's gang stalking or who cloned Tyrone social experiments, right? Those actual victims would be called delusional. Or it's would we just tell them that's a story? How do we validate what's happening without also getting stuck in what could happen? Because, it's all connected, I feel like.
Yeah, it is. What? So when I say it's a story, I'm not saying that the experience isn't real, but I'm saying that me saying that there are people out there that are against me, that are gonna, infiltrate my life and do things to me, that is a story. The same way that me saying, hey, look, there's nobody out there that can touch me is a story. They're both stories, right? To me, one is just a little bit more liberating than another. Now, let's say that I knew someone that something happened to. That is their experience. I'm not invalidating their experience by saying that I have this perspective of reality. My perspective of reality is my perspective of reality. It has nothing to do with you. I look at perspective. Our perspective of reality is simply how we choose to see reality.
Okay, so you're saying that could not even factor into the decision making at all.
Exactly. Yeah, I can empathize with other people, and I can still choose, and I've had conversations, or I've spoke about things like that and said, people bring things on themselves by believing that there's powers out there that can come and touch them. And so why would I choose to do that? It's not invalidating their experience. They still went through what they went through. They still had that experience. It was a very real experience to them. But it's not my reality. I don't have to choose that reality.
Have you seen the movie Divergent?
Yeah, it was like the 3-part series.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you seen the first one?
I think so, yes.
There's like a scene where she's like getting the medicine to see if she's divergent or not.
Yeah.
And I think she was going through like a vision, and she had to get past like different layers of reality, basically using her mind.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was like something happened. I don't know. She basically had to fight herself, and I think she just had to realize like herself didn't really exist. Like it was just a figment. And I don't know. It's because it's so real. When you believe it's real, it's so real. When you believe it's not real, it's not real. And that's what the being divergent was all about, was like using your mind to like completely change and shift reality.
Yeah. And that's
I think reality is just so delicate, you know, because when things happen, you can't go back in time.
right. I agree. Reality is very delicate, but we don't have to go back in time, right? We can choose the story that we want to move forward in right now. Still there?
Yeah, I guess that's what like grief. A lot of people go through that grief, and they have to like rewrite stories. That's where we see that a lot at. Because you literally have to change your mind to even get through a situation.
Yeah. We can change our mind and get through a situation for sure. Yeah. One thing that I would say about rewriting a story in the past, right? Is it about rewriting that story? Or is it simply about understanding or accepting that whatever happened in that past led me to this moment, and from this moment I can make a choice on whatever I want to experience moving forward? I think if we get caught up in the past and constantly trying to change the story of the past and overcome something in the past and fight against it, right, that is also this trap. It's me really engaging with the past as if I have to go through the past to get to the future, but I don't. The past is just the past. It's just a memory.
It's like it lives in us still, so it feels like less of a memory and more of like something that's happening right now.
Right. Yeah, but that's still, though it feels that way, right? Because a lot of things feel a certain way. But though it feels a certain way, it doesn't mean that I have to tell the story that it's still a part of me right now. It's a part of a version of me. But right now, I am not that version anymore. I'm new in every moment, new in every second, new in every instance. And I get to choose who I am right now. I'm not my past. My past doesn't define me. I'm not my past. I'm not those stories. I'm not what I went through. I am who I am right now.
Yeah, and that's so powerful to remember, because we are all like iterations of people that came before us, but people that we've loved, we are them living on, you know? And it just reminds me of like the generational kind of connection of it all. Like I was telling you about my birthday, the same day that MLK died, same birthday as Maya Angelou, and I just feel like our stories are connected, but it's like the pain that they felt, people have to pick that pain up to like kind of feel it, to basically heal it. That sounds so corny, but that's like literally kind of what it is, because you know that's what The Giver, there's a movie and a book, The Giver, and that's what they did. They literally went and they felt emotions and stuff. And I don't know.
I like that perspective.
of people.
I've never heard of that book though. What's it called? The Giver, or the Gift?
Yeah,
Giver.
The Giver. We like had to read it in middle school, I think, and it just that book genuinely resonated with me because you've seen the movie, right?
No, I've never seen the movie.
So you don't even know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh my god, yeah, it's so good. It's this society where there's people in different roles and they're assigned to the roles as kids basically, and then the only one role in the whole society is that of the giver, where their responsibility is to feel things. Like all of the people in the society, they're kind of subdued with medicine or something to where they don't have access to their feelings. So only one person can feel it. So the giver, he feels what it feels like to be an elephant, and then an elephant getting shot, or a person giving birth, or a person getting shot. Like, you can go through the whole collection of human emotion, and that responsibility falls on one person.
Interesting.
And it's just a beautiful story.
Interesting. No, I never heard of it. Now I want to look at it though.
Watch the movie.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the movie. Let me look it up. Let's look it up.
Yeah. And see in color. Yeah, that's what kind of like the divergent thing is about, and that's why like all of these stories connect, because it's all about certain people kind of being awake to the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
And both the power that they hold, but also like the responsibility and the fear, the challenge that they have to face.
Yeah.
Like Lord of the Rings.
Interesting. This is the movie with Meryl Streep, huh? Meryl.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, I found it. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah. And it's I think my last question, it's not really a question, but I don't know. I'm really into filmmaking. That's what I've always been into. My mom's a photographer, so she's always been taking pictures, and I've always been working with cameras, but I want to get into like storytelling. Like someone can sit down and watch a movie, but it's like that fear of like, what if it's not good enough? There's so many people and their opinions and their critiques and all of the ways you can get better. It's like, what the heck,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I remember you saying you do video editing, so what do you think about that?
I say to make work that you like instead of focusing on the opinions of others, because they're just you anyway. If I could keep it very simple and I could condense it, oops, my bad. If I could make it very simple and I could condense it down, that's what I would say. I would say focus on what you like and don't focus on what you think everybody else will like, because they're just you anyway.
That is so valid.
It can be, yes, absolutely. How long have you been in the film? Just forever?
What'd you say?
How long have you been in the film? I'm assuming forever.
I mean, like since high school.
Mm-hmm.
So 10 years. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I've done a lot, but I haven't made any films yet. And it's just myself holding me back. Like, I've collected so much equipment. There's so many people that want to work. It's just like, ultimately, when you put something out, it feels like you're going to be judged by that word forever. But like I was telling you, I was in that mindset of forever. And it's just like, I don't know. This day and age, you can put out 10 pieces of content a day that are all whatever, and no one cares. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's about getting past the boundary that is you. You're the only boundary, right? You're the only one whose approval you're really waiting for. right? You think you're waiting for others' approval, but you're just putting your own approval in the hands of others. You're waiting for your own approval. When you give yourself your own approval, you'll be able to create without limits. What's up? Did you put us in your pocket? It sounds like I'm in your pocket.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute myself, but it's not. It's like my screen is frozen.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you can mute me.
I can, but that was it. Did you have something else to ask?
Oh no, I wanted you to speak to that.
Oh, speak to what? Oh, what I was just. My bad. I didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can mute me, it won't sound like the echo. Maybe I don't know.
I got you. Oops. Can I not mute you?
I don't know why it's frozen.
Oh, here it is. My bad. Oh no, that's how to. Dang, I had no problem muting y'all when y'all was arguing on a live the other day. How come I can't mute y'all now? Oh, here we go. There we go. Bam. All right. So.
Oh wait.
Oh, was that me?
Now I can't hear you at all.
I just muted I muted myself. My bad.
Okay. Anyways, I guess maybe you can say what you have to say because my screen is frozen too. I don't know what's happening.
Okay. My bad, y'all. So, what I was saying is that sometimes what we actually do is we put our validation in the hands of others. We will say things like, oh, what if other people don't judge me? Or what if other people judge me? But what we are really doing is we're just putting the permission that we want to give ourselves into the hands of others. It doesn't matter what they say about you. You just want to feel like your work is enough. But you're trying to let other people give you the permission to validate yourself when really you should just be the one validating yourself. So that's what I meant by that. It's we try to give other people the permission so that we can grant our self-validation. When really the only validation that ever really matters is yours anyway. Somebody can walk up to you and give you a compliment. Like somebody can walk up to me and tell me, Alex, oh my God, you're so smart. If I can't take it because I can't validate myself, it doesn't matter. It's not until I can actually accept that and validate myself that it means anything. Until I can do that to myself, it's meaningless what anybody else tells me. Their opinions, their judgments, their criticisms, their praises mean nothing. It's just permission for you to feel a certain type of way about yourself. When you judge yourself as shitty, right? When other people show up and they say, you suck. Shut up, Alex. Stop talking. Now, all of a sudden, I judge myself stronger. They have given me permission to do so. When I see myself as divine and other people tell me that, it gives me permission to feel better about myself. It's just about giving up or allowing other people to give you permission to give yourself what really only you can give yourself. What's up, y'all?
I guess I have it. Well, I have two questions. I guess I'll start with first.
Hold up. You're like breaking up or I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one deals like with, when certain things happen, like I'll just say like one of my mom's girlfriends, her son passed in the house, in house. So we went over there to pay our respects and whatnot. And, of course it was like the elephant in the room that no one could touch or like really discuss. And as I was sitting there, I was just like, I know that there's nothing but perfection. There's nothing but perfection. And,
reality and everything that we see is God. And I was just, looking and trying to think of what I can say, and there's really nothing that I could say to you can't really say anything about reality creation because it's such it's just a proportionate thing. And I guess my question is how do you see the perfection or the love in a situation as such as that?
Somebody losing their son?
Yes.
Well, you might not see it immediately, right? You might not see it immediately. First of all, I'm sorry to hear that, right? I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry for that family's loss as a whole. Sometimes you don't see it immediately. I remember whenever my brother's passed, and then also I've lost a woman that I thought I was gonna marry, right? She passed away as well. Seeing the good in those things was not instant. There was no way for me to force myself into feeling or thinking positively and looking at that situation and being like, oh yeah, it's all perfect, it's all working out. Those were the very last things on my mind in those moments, right? It was simply about me going through the process and giving myself grace and love as I was going through it. That's all, right? And that's all that we can do when we go through situations like that, right? The day that we lose a parent, or unfortunately, if we lose a child, right? The moment that we receive that news, or the next day, or the next week, or the next month, we probably won't be sitting around trying to search for the beauty in that moment, right? We will be giving ourselves love. We'll be giving ourselves grace. And maybe right then, that is all we can do. Maybe that's absolutely all that we can see, is that right now, I have some time where I can just give myself grace, and I can love on myself, and I can miss this person, and I can remember all of the beauty that they brought in my life. And maybe in that time, the only thing that I can do is be angry and upset at the world, at whatever happened to them, at the loss. And that is fine. It's not this path, right? When we talk about reality creation, this path is not a path of you feeling good all the time. That's not practical. This just gives you a tool to be able to get through things. It took me years to see some good from losing my brother, right? I was always angry, always fighting, always angry, always. All right? But then it was picking up the mantle and being like, okay, well, what kind of person would he want me to be? Losing a woman that you want to marry, right? You don't just bounce back from that and all of a sudden see the perfection in that situation. It took a long time. It took mystical experiences. It took fighting with myself. It took confronting myself to actually see the beauty in those moments. And it's still, there are still, right? It's still parts of me that miss those people. There's still parts of me that think about them daily. It doesn't go away. The perfection, right, that I saw in those situations did not come immediately. It did not come quickly. Those things took time, right? And honestly, when it comes to losing people, especially to the physical transition, right? Sometimes the best that you can do, the perfection that you can get to, is just, I have beautiful memories with them, and that's enough. We understand this and we see this, if we look at it from a logical perspective, we understand that everybody has to physically transition at some point. No one's body is immortal. All of our bodies have to physically, it's something that we will all go through. Now, we can judge the timing is right and wrong. We can say this person, a mother, shouldn't have to bury their child. Of course, we should say that, or we could say that, right? And it's very difficult for me to say everything is working out perfectly and then go to a parent that has lost their child and say that. That's very, very difficult to say. But resting in knowing that souls have the opportunity to choose when they check out, resting in the knowing that one day, if we keep moving forward, there will be beauty that we see from this situation, even if it's just I carry their memory with me in their memory, now that it is ingrained in my being. It allows me to be a better person. It allows me to walk with more reverence, right? It allows me to cherish the time that I spend with other loved ones even more, because now I have a different vantage point on life. We don't know what the perfection from that situation will be, but there will be something. But to say that you have to find that in the first day or the first month or the first couple months, maybe that is unfair. Remember, y'all, we're still human. We're still down here to have a human experience. No matter how, quote unquote, conscious we think that we are, we will lose people and we will cry and we will be sad and we will question why it was them. Right? No matter how long you prepare for someone to pass, even if it's your mother, right? And you see her sick, you see her health deteriorating, still the moment that she transitions, you will cry. Right? It's not something that we're just going to get used to and go through it like it's nothing. Those moments will still touch you, but you will be better for them because now you can carry the memory of that person with you. Right? So my perspective is, don't try to look for the quote unquote good immediately. Give yourself the grace to feel this. Give yourself the grace to go through this situation. If people around you are losing people or have lost someone, you don't have to make it your job to give them the words that are going to get them out of their difficult time. You can just be with them with your presence. Right? When I was losing people, or when if any of y'all have experienced loss, right, the last thing that you wanted somebody to come up to you and tell you is that, oh no, everything is working out perfectly. You might have looked at them. You don't know what you might have done to them. Give your presence, right? Be present with them. Be present with yourself. Allow things to unfold. Right? Give that person love, right? Appeal to their humanity. But know that day by day, they will have good days, they will have bad days, you will have good days, you will have bad days, but eventually things will get better. Okay? Eventually things will get better.
I guess it was just like, I don't know, sort of like a shock, whatever, but like, yeah, I get what you're saying. There's really nothing that you really say or do. Just do it. And I guess, although I have another question, whenever like big things happen, such as that, sort of makes you like, look at life differently. I think I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, things like that do allow you to look at life different. That's the beauty of it, is that all of these experiences expand us. Sometimes forcefully, sometimes gently. Right?
And I guess lastly, all I would say is, I know that manifestation or, whatever you declare is instant, but whenever you're like, let's say, when the 3D doesn't reflect something to you, and even though like it's already done, if you still have like the urge to like check the 3D or whatever, and I know that feelings don't prevent manifestations or like prevent what is from happening, but it's just like, what do you do with those feelings? You just like ignore it, like deny it, like in my mind, it's like, I know it's not like God is everything, even the good and the bad, but like whenever you're looking at the 3D, it's just like you have this urge that sort of contradicts something that like the conventional thing. So like, how do you deal with that?
You feel your feelings fully, and then you remind yourself that your feelings don't dictate reality. You don't try to suppress them. You don't have to run from them. You simply experience them. That's all. right? You give yourself the grace. You have a human experience. You just be. You exist. You do what you believe is best in that moment, and then you remind yourself that it's already done, that the choice is already made, that everything is still unfolding perfectly no matter what, right? You go to that no matter what.
It's like no matter if you act on it or just say, I'm just gonna switch my perspective. Because it's like you also don't want to be stuck in a loop, you know? You don't want to. If you say like you're not doing something again because you already are, it's just like.
But you're the one judging. You're the one judging what you're doing is right and wrong, as it's gonna keep you in a loop, right? Why not simply make the assumption and know that whatever you do is perfect and everything is unfolding already because you chose it? Why judge your actions or your feelings or anything that goes on in the middle as taking you off the path? Who says you can even be taken off of the path? It's you, right? So all of those things are just stories that we're telling in the middle, just out of ego, just out of a fear, we're telling a story that we don't even want to believe in. You don't even want to believe in that story, so why are you telling it?
I mean, like, if you have, like, an urge, it's like, check the duty, like, oh, check,
What's wrong with
check
that?
this or check this.
What's wrong with that?
Well, if you're checking the 3D, then you're looking for validation on the outside. Yeah?
Checking the 3D to see if something has changed? Okay, look. All right, so you're checking the 3D to see something that is changed. However, do you base your identity on the 3D? That is the thing. Are you basing your identity? Are you saying, oh, because I don't see anything, that I'm not that person? That is the problem. It's not looking out at reality. Of course you're going to look out at reality. You live in reality, right? You're walking around in there. It's understanding that no matter what I see, even if I look out there, I'm still the identity of the person that has it. It doesn't matter what I see. I stay in the knowing that I am that person.
Yeah, I get that.
Cool.
It's just that sometimes, like, I'm not trying to get my feelings hurt, you know? Or nothing like that.
No, I feel you.
Like, I'm not trying to have my energy down, if that makes sense. So when it comes to, like, just, like, being 100% present and moving forward in the moment and not thinking about the future or the past, and just being in that knowing, it's just sort of like, I think I was just looking for a shortcut. Yes. I mean,
Do you cover your head at all? Do you like wrap your head or anything like that?
Who, me or her?
yes. Oh, who, me?
Yeah, you. Her.
Like head wraps?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be. You need to wrap your head. You're downloading too much, and it's causing you to kind of. You need to wrap your head more. I'm sorry I had to say that.
Well, that's a story, right? That's not the absolute truth of reality. That's just one perspective or an assumption.
I can just say what I just heard, that you just need to cover your crown a little bit more. That's it. I'm sorry.
No, you good. You don't have to apologize for it, right? We're here to have these discussions.
Yeah. I just kept I started getting tingly in my head and a little bit faint to just give her that to just cover your head. That's it. It don't have to be like nothing extra, but just to cover your crown a little more.
Me personally, I don't believe that. Right? I think so. I believe that we get to choose. It's like if I was to start preaching, right, about these beings outside of me, well, that would go against me saying that the universe is within me, that everything is within me, that I am source, that everything is simply a projection from me. If I was to say all these things outside of me can harm me, right, that's against me saying that everything is within me. So it's as if we start believing in two powers. We believe that I am source, but there's still these other things outside of me that can impact me, right? But The nature of source is omnipresent. Omnipresent means source is present everywhere. It's everything, right? So it cannot be not in anything. There cannot be another power that goes against the definition of source. So if I am source, if I'm the identity of source, and source is everything, then there cannot be anything that's against me, because everything is source and everything is me.
So when I say, I'm not saying it's some foreign entities trying to attack her brain. What I'm saying is someone who, I don't know everybody's beliefs, so I'm not pushing, my beliefs on anyone, but I do know as the feminine aspect of it is we sometimes can have a lot of activity in our crown chakra. I don't know what you guys believe in, but I know it to be what I experience. If I'm experiencing too much energies, if I'm around certain people, I do get activity in my crown. It will start tingling. It will start, it will be activated. And it's not something that I'm making up or something that I'm looking to see. It just is what it is. So I notice when I cover my head, it kind of minimizes the activity that I experience. So I don't know what anybody else believes in, but that's just my experience.
Yeah, I feel like that's the same with like stones for me. Like, not that I'm getting into that really, but I got one, and like there's definitely a difference when I have it on and when I don't have it on.
And he's gonna say, I can already see he's just smiling, ready to, but I do like explaining it when you actually experiencing it, like the physical sensations of getting spiritual information. It's a feeling for me. It's a feeling when I'm getting whatever downloads, when I'm getting information from source. I can feel it coming from my head. It's a tingle. It's a pulling feeling. That's when I know I'm getting information directly from source. It's an actual feeling, and it's never been laid wrong. Like when I'm getting that information, I know it's source led because I can actually feel it physically tingling in my head. So, like I said, I don't know what anybody else experiences. I don't know. You're saying a lot when I'm saying anything.
No, I already said my piece. I get it, right? I get information as well. However, all I will say is it doesn't matter to me how y'all receive information. It's just there's nothing that is against. My belief is there is nothing that is against you except for what you accept as being against you. There's nothing that could bring you down. There's nothing that can harm you. There's nothing outside of you that can do anything to you until you give it power, right? It's even why Jesus said, you have no power over me unless given to you from above. Unless I accept that something out there can do anything to me, that's it, right? You can get all the information you want. But the moment that I start believing that I have to, do anything to keep energy away, whether it is do a protection spell or do anything like that, that's just me. That's just me giving my power to something out there when I don't have to do that shit because I am source. You are all source.
So through lived experience, it's not like I just woke up one day and was like, I'm going to believe that covering my head will. It's not even maybe it is me just having strong beliefs and that working for me that causes it to work for me. But I do know that me and myself and a lot of other women, choose to use the head coverings for, it's not to really so much block anything out. It is like I said, the physical sensation can be very uncomfortable. It's like a pulling feeling, like a tingling sensation in your head. And sometimes that can be uncomfortable. So the hair wraps, for me, maybe it's my beliefs. It works. So I don't know, as she was talking, I just got it to just tell her that, and that was that. But I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, that's cool. Understood. What else y'all got? Brother Austin was good, man. While talking on mute. What's up?
What's What's up, man? No, I'm not gonna fall asleep tonight, okay?
Oh, that's what happened to you last time.
Yeah.
People were like, "Where's
So,
Austin? Why is
man,
Austin?"
There's a lot of people talking right now. I'm just gonna chill, and I just fell asleep.
You good? You good?
That's so funny. I was like, where's this man at? He's just sitting there.
Right. We were asking them questions and everything.
Oh no.
Yeah, bro. We were asking you questions and everything. You
Checked
just,
in the second time here. We don't know.
Yeah.
Just lurking back there, collecting information. I got a pen pad out, writing everything down.
who is Joseph?
Oh, Joseph Jansen. He's really dope. Talks about presence and awareness, and pretty much most of the same principles I think that you're really heavy on.
Joseph James.
No way, because I literally came across his live today. And that dude was on there. That's why I stopped, because I recognized his picture. Lucas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was so
Lucas is
funny.
cool.
Oh my god.
Joseph Jansen manifesting.
I
Yeah.
don't even know what he talks about, though.
Basically, like
I love when y'all
about
put me on
being,
people.
like already being what you desire to be. You know, that presence-based identity.
I love when y'all put me on people. Thank y'all.
How many did you?
So what?
Huh?
Oh, I thought you said something.
No. Alright, someone's looking for a match here.
But Miss Mason, man, you had a question, or you just up here?
No, I didn't have a question. I just want to talk.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
I already
Alright.
know everything.
Exactly.
Here we go.
All right, let me find a question then.
Okay.
Dang, somebody asked a question. Most of these haven't been questions in a while. Let me see.
I have a question. Do you
Yes,
think
ma'am.
desperate energy is repelling to manifestations? Like if you're coming from a place of desperation, is that energy repelling? What's your standpoint on that?
Yes.
I think.
Go ahead, Austin.
I think. Not it. I mean, I think desperation is repelling to everything. In regards to, because we can talk about manifestation, but you could talk about business deals, you could talk about friendships, you could talk about negotiations, you could talk about relationships, and every single time that you undervalue yourself, you're being desperate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not to say, like, I mean, you should have the value or the belief that it's like, I'm worth everything in the world, right? Because we all should give that. No matter. So I think the minute that you start being desperate is you not doing that, even if it's not exactly how you want it to turn out right now, because it could easily turn out in your favor if you value yourself. But I think that's where the desperation comes from. So I would say yes.
Yeah, I agree.
So wouldn't that also be guiding you, though?
Well, I think you should, like, because I mean, your desperation is pointed out by you alone, you know? So you could sit here and say, I've been being desperate, or you could just be like, you know what, I'm going to give myself some grace. I really want this thing. I really want to experience it, but like, I'm only ever acting out of love, and even if it's being desperate right now, that's okay. I need to take a step back and realize and reevaluate myself, because I don't ever want to be going after something or someone that doesn't reciprocate. Because at that point, I'm trying to control it, or I'm just giving myself an unlovely experience or something where the love isn't currently. And I mean, you can't do that to yourself, even though I've been guilty of it 100 times over again.
Yeah, I agree.
That was it.
One of the main things that's kind of articulated whenever you are being desperate is from a metaphysical place. You're really saying that I don't have a choice, right? Which is really pulling you out of your creator mode, right? It's really it's really saying that I am not source. I don't have the ability to choose. I need something to complete me. So desperation is basically latching on and saying, I need something to show me who I am. Instead of knowing who I am first, putting my identity first, and then knowing that I always have an opportunity to choose, right? I'm only in this position of desiring somebody because I choose them, but I could just as easily choose not to have them. I can choose the situations that I want. So whenever I'm too caught up in desperation, I'm denying myself the ability to choose. I'm stepping out of being the creator of my reality, and I'm being just pulled into somebody else's reality.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think one of the things my boy Tom K talked about was that if you feel like you need something so much, you're actually limiting your ability to have the infinite possibilities of what you are. It's not to say that you can't choose what you want, but if you have this idea or feeling or energy where it's like, I can't be satisfied otherwise, if it's not this, then you're limiting your ability to be the fulfillment that you actually already are.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that you can't choose what you want to experience, like, but if you come from a place where it has to be that, or else I'm not going to be able to be who I want to be or who I desire to be, which is happy, fulfilled, enjoying life, then you're limiting your ability to have that experience regardless of whether you get it or not.
Exactly.
Because it's always going to be conditional to that thing. And that's why the relationships always fall apart anyway.
Exactly.
So ironically, it's like, I still want this person. That's the thing about desire too, is like, you don't really choose your desire. Like, it's given to you. That's one of the most beautiful things I think I realized about all of this, is that, like, I never chose to like anything that I did. I just realized that I did.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
And I think that's really like what they mean when they're like, your desire is a gift from God. And it's like, well, where's it at? It's like, well, that's not necessarily what that means. It's like, you like this thing because God told you you did, and he's trying to experience it through you. Or, you know, God is trying to experience it through he, she, whatever. We don't know what we're talking about. But yeah, like, you don't get to choose. You don't really choose what you like. You just know that you do. Yeah. And once I had that moment of realization, I'm like, damn, like, I never chose to like any of this shit.
Yeah. No, for real.
Right. Me with men. Actually leads me to another question, because this is not on the same topic. But I was with this guy, and like, we've been seeing each other for a while. Not like anything, like, you know, whatever. Anyways, so, but I feel like when we're together, like, there are bits and like moments where I can see him acting and like feel the way that I want him to act. Like, you know, like you were talking about like manifesting or whatever your person. But like then like reality hits and it's like so completely opposite. So then like, where is the disconnect? Because like it feels so real.
Who says there's a disconnect, right? Who says it's not just unfolding for you? This is the thing, is that when you're going through those situations, do you immediately see those situations and say, oh, well, I must be doing something wrong? Well, that is the disconnect, is you're basing your identity on that external circumstance instead of staying solid in your identity and allowing those external circumstances to change. It's all about you, right? That's the disconnect. It's about you. You have to stay solid in your knowing of who you are, no matter what you see.
You know, it's crazy. The other day, I remember you saying on the live, like, you make the other person special. So it's really you that you're experiencing. Like, you give the person that title of being special, of being somebody that's, I'm not going to say superior, but somebody that's like you said, a God in your life. You give them that. So I learned that when you reflect that back within yourself, it's like you're experiencing yourself through another person, basically. So Absolutely. It would change your perception of how you see that other person if you can just like take it and just like point it back to yourself.
Absolutely.
It definitely changes a lot of things. It may change the people that you align with too.
Man, that's such a powerful thing right there, because the love that you see out there is just the love that you are. You're only seeing what you are. You can only love to the capacity that you realize that you are love. Everything that you receive from them, everything that you see within them is just you. And when you stop making it about that other person, you actually point that love towards you, and you make yourself the center, yourself the source. Now that love can actually be reflected back at you.
Yeah, ironic. That's when they love you. Is it because you did it first? And that's what they're always like. You give it to yourself every single time.
It's so true. I experimented with that, like, and I don't know, like, sometimes when you don't, I remember I was in like a really chasing energy with this one guy, and I was just like heavily it was so embarrassing when I look back at it now, like, crazy. But I was so infatuated by him. I was just like, oh my goodness. And then I can see how that was very repelling to him. It was just like, oh, have some self-worth, like, girl, bye. So it was just like, I was looking at myself be this, I was very much in desperate energy. And then the moment that I really started like looking within myself and start like, I like this about him, but I also like, it's a reflection of art. I love music, and everything that I like within him, it was something that I enjoyed doing. It was things that I loved about myself, but I just was projecting it onto another person. And the moment I started like pouring it back into me, he just started like, you know, it just got to the point where I was like, oh, like, now you've been a little needy in that. But no, it was just like, people can feel the energy. Like, people can feel the energy. Like, if you're pushing it out on them so much and you're not really pouring it into yourself, people feel that. And when you pour back into yourself, it kind of releases a grip, an energetic grip you may have on it. So, yeah.
So let me ask you a question. When you say people feel it when you pour in yourself and when you see yourself as someone, what is that really saying? Because people is everybody, right? People is everything.
People, I think and it was people, like random people. I remember when I was in a low place, people were reacting a different way versus when I was into a state of loving myself. I can see like how my reality started, how people, just random people started, approaching me, how they started reacting to. It was so, I thought I was going crazy at one point, but it was literally a time where I really started pointing to myself how I've seen my reality shift. I've seen how people interacted with me, and it's not looking for validation, it's just what it was. The energy that I was attracting was just, sweetness. Everything that I was pointing to myself, I started seeing it reflect on my outside reality. Yeah. So when I say people, those people, just random people in my life.
Reality as a whole.
Yeah.
Exactly. Beautiful. I had a question for y'all. It's a comment question, all right? I'm sure y'all see this comment. I like it. It's an interesting question. Can't we see SP as someone who won't be repelled by desperate energy?
No.
Y'all trying to get it by any means necessary. You are the center. Like no. You are the center of reality. You can't say that you need that person to fulfill you and receive them because you are saying you're not the person that has them. You can only have what you have.
Yeah, that would exclude the principle of desperation. So you wouldn't be desperate for something you have.
Exactly.
That's why people use these analogies. Well, it's like, just think about your shoes or like your car, and everybody's like, yeah, but that's not fucking Roderick. It's not Jonathan. I don't have this thing, but it's literally the exact same thing. Like the energy that you feel for it is not desperation. So it's almost it's an interesting question, really.
Yeah, it is.
Because it states the principle of you not having it and applying it to the idea that is you having it. I think as far as having desperation and implying that someone's okay with it, because I promise, like when you get your person, and if they start acting desperate to the point where it's like you don't have any time for yourself, or you don't have time to like grow and really be yourself and feel comfortable, you're not gonna like it. It doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah.
And as long as you chase something, it'll run away. Like, just think of it like a chasing. When you chase something, it's going to run away from you. So if you're just chasing it, it has no choice but to run. So that's something I had to tell myself. If you keep chasing it, it's going to continue to run from you.
Yeah. Good question.
I don't know, formulate my answer. Because, like, a part of love is loving someone regardless of, like, their stinky breath in the morning or this weird thing that they do that you actually find attractive. Like, that's a part of love. Like, it occurs when you love somebody. So, wouldn't they love you in your desperation also and want to be there to heal that part of you or walk with you in that part of you and
Hell no.
be that better part of you for you? Like,
Hell no. Nobody. You think somebody wants to
That's
stay
what
around
we-
and
that's
heal
the
you?
point. I think that's the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it wouldn't matter because you would already have them, so you wouldn't be desperate for the person. But
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the point.
You answered your own question there.
I think y'all. Got it.
So I miss his morning breath. That's wild. You just wake up and toss a mint in that motherfucker like Jordan. MJ. A wake up, baby.
I was not moving that, but yeah, like socks, dirty socks on the floor, like. But then there's a point of love that comes to resentment, where like these things that you loved about your partner or your person beforehand,
Well,
like
I
after.
don't. I mean, you can take that perspective, you know, but I don't advise that you do.
Yeah.
What?
Like, you know, I mean, regardless of anything, more responsibility is going to come to you. But you know, like little things that annoy you only annoy you because you let them. And personally, you know, if I were to look back in situations currently right now where it's like I could have not got mad about that, I'm just identifying with my brain and being like, oh, this is something that will, like, nothing affects me if I don't allow it. And it's not, it's what Alex was saying earlier about how nothing outside of me can hurt me. Nothing outside of me can control my emotions when I realize that I'm just giving them to myself. So it's not even really the person that's pissing you off or upsetting you or frustrating you in that love, that deep love. It's just you seeing things about situations that you don't like and you're giving yourself those emotions.
Yeah. There were things about the woman I was with that hell, I wish that I could experience some of those annoying things right now, right? It's just a perspective to see things a certain way. And that's all it is. It's just a perspective to see things a certain way. So I agree with that completely.
And really, too, if I want to like co-create or cohabitate with somebody, I need to look at all those things favorably, because it is all favorable. You know, like if what I really want is a happy relationship with somebody, like I would choose peace regardless of what the situation is dealing me at the moment. And if I don't choose that every time, there's part of me that doesn't actually want that, and it's indicative of the way that I'm reacting or thinking about things and choosing that as my truth.
It sound like you're far away. We can't hear you.
Or in a situation, it's okay. That's okay too. Not saying that each person.
You breaking up a lot. I can barely hear you. It sounds like you're far away from the phone.
You hear me now?
Perfect.
Good. Okay. I was saying that, and also allow yourself to experience the not so good parts of the relationship. I think allowing yourself to sometimes your partner may get on your nerves and be okay with that. Just not trying to force a positive response on that. Like, he get on my nerves today. Why did I think that? Oh, no, he's my sunshine, my light. No, he's getting on my nerves today. Like, it's okay to say that too. It's just not trying to force, force it to be something that is not. Just be as it is. Like, he get on my nerves today. I may get on his nerves today. But it is what it is.
It's still perfect.
Yeah, knowing your reaction to that also. Mm-hmm. Not letting it dictate your emotions in that moment.
Yeah. Allow yourself to just be.
Facts. What else y'all got? Any other questions in the comments? Let's see.
No, but good night, you guys. I'm about to take a sack.
No
And
problem.
I'm good talking to you guys.
I appreciate you joining. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
I don't ever know how to exit off of this. How do I get out of it?
Too late. You're stuck
Get
now.
me out.
You're stuck now. No, I got you.
I can't get off.
I think that's a good point. What Soul Coded Wealth said.
What was it?
So it's a matter of like if someone's getting on your nerves, technically it's you getting on your nerves.
Yeah.
Like, it seems a little ludicrous at first to accept all that accountability, but really it's the truth.
Yeah, it is. All right, we got two more questions. Number one, is it possible to start not liking your SP when you see yourself as source? Of course. Everything's possible. It's possible for you to stop liking them even when you don't see yourself as source, right? But I guess if you're saying that it could be a side effect of it, sure. I suppose it could be. I've had a lot of people that I work with where they do get to that point where it's like, oh, well, when I start focusing on myself and actually seeing myself as special the same way that I see them as special, right? Well, everything changed in my reality. I think that's the magic point to get to, is when you start looking at them and saying all the things I was saying that were special about them, those things were actually just special about me. And I can start making myself the center of reality. I think that's a powerful place to get to. I don't think you have to wait till you see yourself as source to do that, but you can just start seeing yourself as divine and get there.
Exactly.
Well, I think maybe some people get it confused about not wanting someone and just being neutral to it, because that's the energy that you would have if they were really a part of your life too. I think that's why people experience that phenomenon where it's like, it's so paradoxic, like I just stopped caring about them and then all of a sudden they want me. And I think it's more so a matter of like it's not that you don't want them, because I don't think you chose that in the first place, but you're now okay with whatever happens, so it's more natural for you to experience something like that instead of wanting it. Because if I'm like, oh my god, if I want this thing, well, I know it's cliche, but it implies you don't have it.
Yeah.
But I think some people get it mixed up where it's like they're in a state of neutrality, and that's where you would have somebody, as opposed to like wanting them so much that you have this heart-burning desire that you have to focus your attention and your ideas and everything on them. Yeah. But really that state of neutrality is where you would be in that relationship anyway.
What is that? All right, here's the next question. At what point do you choose? You're asking for permission. All right, let me just read it. At what point do you choose someone else, or just keep at it with the same person no matter what?
I think the point is you just do you the whole time. Yeah.
Do you the whole time? What y'all talking about? Do you? You gotta be a little bit more clear when y'all say that, before that part just gets clipped.
Define yourself.
Yeah.
No way you didn't understand what I just said.
You said just do you the whole time? What does that mean?
Yes.
What do you mean do you?
Do you any way you want, but you're still doing you.
I'm getting asexual here.
A girl named Shadia is asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
One second. Sorry. When looking at the 3D for movement, wouldn't that contradict that?
Contradict what?
Okay. I think personally, everyone is you pushed out. That's just something that I believe. I just think that you have to pour love into yourself. You know, don't make this person your God. Don't make this person like your whole reality. You have to separate yourself, or else you're gonna lose yourself.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what most people do. I've done it myself.
Yeah. I think that's just I think everyone goes through it in their manifestation journey. You manifest someone and you kind of can lose yourself, or you make this person everything and you're just rampaging and saying all these affirmations. Like, don't look for validation on that person. If you have your, if you feel like, yes, I'm manifesting someone, you have to be in the knowing. Okay, it's just your ego looking for validation. It's just your ego trying to make sense of the 3D. But in your mind, you already know what you have. So don't look for validation. You just have to be in the knowing. That's my best advice for you. Because personally, when now I'm in a loving relationship after 3 years of manifesting, and you really just gotta pour that love into yourself. You need to make yourself the top priority. You need to prioritize yourself. And even if you are manifesting that person, let's say you get that person back. How are you gonna handle conflicts? How are you gonna handle things if you're lacking within yourself? So I personally noticed, Shadia, that when I fixed myself and when I worked out and I poured love into myself, that's when things just automatically changed within my reality. So it's not so much you manifesting that person, it's you just manifesting a better version of yourself to align with what you want.
beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't be the person that you would want to be, regardless of whether you have them or not, then it doesn't even make any sense, right? Like if I'm not the best version of myself and happy regardless of what's going on, it won't matter if I have anything or not, because I'm not happy or satisfied with me.
Right, because they're not just gonna magically fix you. Like,
Exactly.
if they do try, they're just gonna lose themselves in the process. And
Right.
why would you want to do that to somebody?
Yeah. And I noticed that people, like, when you don't change yourself and when you're not aligning to your highest self, let's say you do manifest that person back, or they are in your awareness, they're in your 3D, like, you're not going to be able to handle things with them in order to keep that relationship or keep that person in your life. There's things that you need to change within yourself. We sometimes ask, why is my person acting this way, or why are they doing things, why are they lying, or spreading things. Again, everyone is you pushed out. The thoughts that you have, they create your reality. What are you telling yourself? How do you think about yourself? What are your core thoughts? Affirmations are not just things you say because you don't believe them. Affirmations are just kind of you changing your thoughts. So I recommend that you just look within yourself and see what you're lacking, what you have to change. And then I promise you, like, if you're manifesting that person, it's just gonna come to you because it's what you're aligning with.
So, how do y'all deal with wanting to check the external reality? Right. So you're trying to stay present. You're trying to stay focused on what's going on in front of you, but you know what I'm saying? You check out. You want to go look out there a little bit and see what's going on.
Look at the external.
Yeah.
I see.
How do you handle that?
Well, personally, for me, when I manifested two things. I manifested the career I wanted, and I manifested my SP. But for me, it was super hard because although I was trying to align myself with like my highest self, I still was like looking at the 3D, looking for signs that things were coming my way. But I think the best thing I did was persist. I stayed, even with the feelings that I felt, I was super disciplined and consistent with what I wanted in my manifestation. So whenever I had doubts, yes, I would affirm, but I would just be in the knowing and I would just persist.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what it
Yeah.
really comes down to, man. Like, you can see whatever out there, right? You have to still
Exactly.
go through life. But who are you being when you see those things? Are you all of a sudden telling the story of because I see something is that doesn't look right, all of a sudden I'm off track and things aren't working out? Or do you
Exactly.
remember that you already made the choice? That is where your power is. It's not about not looking at the external, y'all. You're still going through life. It's about who are you being no matter what you see. It's
And
as
that,
go ahead.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. But guys, like, if you're looking at your 3D and you're going crazy over it, again, anything in your 3D can change. People's emotions, how they feel about you. It's like someone getting so angry with you and then 20 minutes later they calm down and apologize. Emotions change, the story changes. But when you're conscious about manifestation, when you're in your awareness, you have the ability to change things. You have the ability to change that story. And guys, there are going to be moments where you're going to see things in your 3D where you, like, sometimes you won't like it or something might happen, but you need to persist. Feel your emotions, feel how you feel, but consist in the story that you want. That is how energy works.
Yeah. Like we make things so conditional and say, oh, well, if you have it, then you won't get triggered, right? Says who? That's just a story, right?
Exactly.
You are still going to experience life, but how do you see those things? Do you see that whatever I see outside is just giving me an opportunity to choose what I want? That's what it is then, right? If I see something I don't like, it's just giving me an opportunity to choose what I do like. If I see something that I do like, it's just giving me an opportunity to choose what I do like. It's always presenting me a choice. It's not about me walking around blind, not looking at anything. It's about knowing that I can still enjoy life fully. I can still participate fully in life and know that I still have a choice. I can make the choice no matter what I see to persist in what I want.
I think it gets a lot easier when you realize that every time you choose against yourself, that's that feeling that you don't like.
Yeah.
That's that emotion that hurts you, is you choosing against yourself, whether you know it consciously or not. So it's really easy to pinpoint all these bad feelings and be like, oh, I'm doing that to myself. Oh, I'm thinking about this unfavorably. Even if I haven't really thought about it yet, I got this emotional thing in my stomach, I got a knot. Oh, I'm doing that to myself. Well, I'm done doing that, because that's the least favorite experience that I got going on right now, is the way I look at things.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've been implementing that like concept you gave me the other day of you doing it to yourself, and it does work because you really pay attention to like the details of the things you pick up on things. And today I had a moment of like tears of joy practically. I was telling my mom the good news or good story ending. It's just that me and my ex-husband, we had like a really what they call it, high conflict divorce. And the relationship started out like really magical and beautiful, and then it just changed and I don't know what happened. And I spent a whole 2 years trying to figure out like where it went wrong, where my fault was or where his fault was. And then I realized that people are just a reflection of you. Like, even though you don't see your shadow self or what's your shadow casting, like people pick up on that and they reflect it. So we would like to say the people in our lives that are doing all these bad things, it's all just them and it's not you. When in actuality, you control your reality. And when I I started telling like better stories, not the stories that paint me as a victim. Sorry, when I started saying stories that did not paint me as a victim or did not create him as the big bad wolf, I started seeing a change. But then you get so addicted to that victim story that you constantly fall back on it, or the people that you told in your life that hey, he's this person, he's that person. Like you feel like there's too much pride to change the story, so you kind of ride with it. Whenever they say something bad about the person, you ride with it, knowing that you're seeing a different reality with the person, and before you know it, you fall back into that old pattern where there's more conflict and there's more to add to the experience that's bad. And it wasn't until a few months ago I decided that I'm going to stick to the actual good side, because the bad side of the story was hurting me. I felt like I chose wrong. I made stupid choices. Like I did everything right. Like why did it go bad? And so I stuck with the right story. Like I chose the right partner. I chose the right person to have kids with, and it's just reality doing what reality does. It wants to show you all these gory monsters that are in the dark, just lurking, ready to get you. And so you're constantly surviving or fighting, but it's not true. And today I got an email from him that I had to read to my mom, because I had her on my side as my little, what do you call that? Like my little sidekick. And so I had to show her the reality that I've manifested, and it's exactly what I've been telling myself all along, that I did not choose the wrong person to marry. Maybe I chose the wrong husband, but I didn't choose the wrong father. Even if things didn't go the way I wanted it to, and it's not a fairy tale ending, at the end of the day, like at least an amicable relationship, or we can be cordial with each other, is okay. And that's exactly what I wanted. And I shared my story with Alex before about the divorce, and him settling that was like a surprise, because it's just a lot that I didn't think he would just like give up. And so now, just seeing like a difference in his personality, it's like this is exactly what I wanted. Like the whole high conflict divorce for 2.5 years, and then the person that contacted me for the past couple of months is completely different. It's exactly what I wanted. So it's just to add to the list of things I've already received and is still receiving. And I cry tears of joy because I have so much going on right now that I'm worried about. I'm thinking to myself, would it ever come true? What more do I have to do? And I keep hearing a voice saying, like, just be still, just be, just fun. You are perfect. Everything is working out. It's just unfolding. And then when I got the email and see that this is something I manifested 2 years ago, word for word, bar for bar, everything to the T. I had to sit there and cry and shut myself up, because girl, I'm worried about, like, all your delusions come through, all of your wishes come true, all of your crazy, wildest, even me being in America right now is a delusional 18-year-old sitting at a little bar place near the beach, because I'm from Jamaica.
Yeah.
And I just picture myself driving on the highway in America, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but I am. And then I do that like every day, to the point where it's like nothing. And so when I tell you, like, every single delusional dream I've ever had, they all come true. And so today it was just a reminder that, girl, like, you are the creator. Like, this is your reality. And so I march with that beat every day, because I see like happening so much and in like bigger ways. So all my big dreams that I think are too big for me, they're not. Because like Austin put it, you like the things you like because
you didn't choose them. And I'm like, that's so true. Like, I never got up and said, oh, I want this, or I like this. It just came to me. I'm like so passionate about it. And then I actually get it. And then I experience these things. And it's just so beautiful. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys. That's so beautiful.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I love that story.
Thank you.
Love your success story. You always give the best descriptions.
Oh. I see you and Alex, you like me.
Say what?
I said I see you cheesing. I know you like them.
I love them. I love the success story. You know I love them. It's like a drug to me. You know what I'm saying? Give me all them success stories. Anybody want to answer that question? I'm confused about the everyone is your mirror part.
So I can experience. Well, I can talk about this before because it's over. But like my ex-husband would lie. When I tell you he would lie, he would lie. And so I was like, what would cause somebody to go to these lengths to tell a lie? And then when I realized my stories that I do tell, it's not that I'm lying, it's just that I kind of like zhuzh it up. Just kind of like, you know, I don't know, polish it.
Lie? Are you trying to say lie right now?
But it's still a lie because you're like, well, technically, or you're like, well, not really, or you know, like you're going around, you're skipping around. It's still a lie.
Yeah.
You may think to yourself, I'm a good person, or I'm doing it to protect this person, but it's still a lie. And so when he comes out with this dragon energy, I would call it, or just like a bigger, more blatant, more audacious force of whatever little fib you're telling, he tell a lie. When you tell a fib, that's your reflection. And so I pay attention to that so much that when I'm around people, if I don't want to, because I usually just do that when I don't want to be direct. And so if I don't want to be direct at all, I just shut the fuck up. I just shut up. If I do not want to like tell you straight up because you're not ready to hear it, I'll keep it to myself.
Yeah.
Or I find a way to like bring the news to you instead of like pretty much lying. So I pay attention to a lot of the things I didn't like about him that I had to face. And you'll realize it too in like your daily activities. If someone's doing something that's irritating you, it's signaling two things to you that this is what I practice. It doesn't have to be law or anything. It just means they're doing something that you desire to do. And you think, oh, I'm blocking, I can never do that. Or they're doing something that you're suppressing, like the bad side of you that you suppress. And so whenever someone's doing anything that's irritating me, I stop for a second. Instead of saying this person is so irritating, I stop for a second, pay attention to what it is that you're doing that's irritating me, and find out if it's a suppressed, dark side, little shadow work I have to do, or is it that they have something that I desire, but I don't feel confident enough to do it. And it will automatically point out this, like, because I like to do a lot of work, where I work on myself so much to become a better version, that's involved, it's fun to me. So I just get enlightened by it. So when someone's irritating me, I'm like, we get to change something. We get to find out something new about ourselves. So that's what I mean by people and others.
Gotcha. Let's go. This is a more challenging question. Well, not really. It's not really challenging, but I want to get y'all's perspective on this one. All right. So, aren't there awful people in life? How can we be responsible for their action? Let's see here. How are we all one consciousness, but there's people out there committing crimes? Anybody want to go for that one? I definitely do.
I do.
Go ahead.
So I love asking this type of question because I think it's my favorite one. I'll go to Acts 10:34 in the Bible. God has no favorites. He shows no partiality. So like we all have a meaning and perspective based on whatever we're observing. So no matter what, you can't really define what a good and bad person is. Unfortunately. So yeah, like I think the golden rule, do unto others as you would have those do unto you. I think that's really important when it comes to talking about a subject like this. But like if there's people, let's say people from a completely different culture or country came over here and part of their culture or country was like war often. So they had people in their family die or siblings or something like that. They would think it's a lot more normalized than somebody who is living in a safer country or something along those lines. I think the idea of good and bad is the same meaning that we assign to everything, just like how much something can hurt us or it can't. So I can't necessarily tell you what is good and what is bad because we're going to have different objective views on what that is.
Yeah.
So you can't really take responsibility for anyone's actions. You can only take responsibility of the perspective that you give it, which is you viewing someone as a criminal or not.
Agree.
How I see it, I needed to take a second and like define consciousness, and I feel like a way to describe that would be like your body. Like there are parts of your body that are working right now that you can't see. They're in the dark. You know, you don't know why they're happening, but they're necessary. Like whether it's because most crimes are done out of necessity, whether it's perceived necessity or not. So like there are things that are happening that you aren't aware of, and I think that's how I would explain it.
Right, well, it's like if somebody's bad for killing somebody, then is somebody else bad for killing the person that killed somebody?
Exactly.
I had the same question when I watched the Jeffrey Dahmer little documentary. I was like coming to the whole source knowledge, and I was like, there's no way that's source too. Until I can't remember his name, but he was explaining that the journey we take is like the journey source takes is like a painter who's really good at painting or creating these masterpieces, and there's no other painter out there that can beat their level of artistry. And so this painter has no competition, no like there's no growth. And so the only thing can beat him is himself. So he would try to attempt to become that same mastery level by doing the paintings blindfolded and his hands tied behind his back. And so I just think we are experiencing that remembering or coming to mastery. And so imagine the first time that painter starts painting with like its toes or whatever, like it's not gonna look good. If they set out to paint a tree, it's gonna look like mush or just scribbles. It's not gonna make sense. And then the more they practice and the more they keep going, they're gonna get better. At some point, they're gonna figure it out. And if they were this master before they're gonna get to that mastery level, it's gonna take a lot of trial and error, so a lot of little techniques, a lot of little, the paper starting over. Like just picture it like that. I think a soul like a Jeffrey Dahmer or a person who is just murderous or whatever, it would be the person who create that chaotic tree at first. They're just figuring it out. They're just trying to figure out, like, what's right, what's wrong. Or they got away with so much wrong for a long time.
But wrong is...
that they never got that reflection up to them. I just think of it like that, like, those chaotic souls that we cannot explain is that initial stage where it's just that's just my opinion. That's just my little... like way, because I like storytelling, so that's just my little way of understanding it.
But apart from that, I'm with everybody else. I just don't know like what would cause someone to cause harm to somebody else. But at the end of the day, I know that we are all like a reflection of souls. We are all
One thing I
I
want
want
to
to ask a question real quick too.
go ahead.
Just in like what you were talking about really made me think. It's like if I am source, then if source is everything, then what do you expect not to see or experience?
Exactly.
Because if you're inclusive of everything that exists, all things, if you are that, how would you not experience the things that you consider bad, like, you know, obviously like murder or, you know, pillaging people or, you know, sexual abuse and things like that. Like, obviously that's not something that's good as far as we would consider, because we wouldn't want someone to do that to ourselves. But if I am source, then if that exists, then I am this thing. I am all of these things. I'm not saying that I do that myself, but when it comes down to me experiencing or seeing it outside of me, if source is all things, then that is something that I will see or experience.
100%.
I know you're excited, Alex, but like, doesn't that go into the mirror aspect of it? Like,
Here's the thing though. When has anyone here really saw something quote unquote bad happen in their life? I'm not talking about turning on the TV and hearing a narrative of what you perceive as, or of what somebody else told you was good or bad. I'm talking about you really saw a quote unquote bad person as you were walking down the street. How often is that? So even what we perceive as good and bad people, we typically get it from a book or from somebody on a screen that's telling us a narrative of a conflict that's happening in a place you've never been. And if you were in that place and somebody threatens your life, what would you do to protect your life? So we start saying and throwing around this good and bad thing like we're walking around and people are just actively trying to hurt you all the time when they're not. They're not. We're seeing things. We are seeing things on a screen. And because we see things on the screen and we get that image of what has happened, all of a sudden we are judging and saying there's so much out there. All right, guys, okay, listen to what I'm saying. All right, listen to what I'm saying. Most of what we're seeing and perceiving as right and wrong are not personal experiences. In your reality right now, okay, you have the opportunity to create absolute peace in your reality. In your reality right now, you are source. You can do whatever you want. You cannot change the entire world because it's a collective consciousness. But you still get to make the active choice on what you experience in your life. You can be untouched by all those things out there. Untouched. You can experience everything that you want in your reality. It can be absolutely perfect, absolutely flowing, absolutely beautiful. You can experience all of those. Now, I'm not saying that you cannot have a bad experience. But what I'm saying is that most of the things that we perceive as bad, as good and bad, as bad specifically, are not even things that we experience. Those are the things that we see, and we're pushed a narrative along with those things, and that infiltrates us. And now we're saying all these bad things happen in life. But how many truly bad things happen in your life? 2, 3 that you perceived as bad? And even then, how many times does something happen to us, right? Whatever it happens, some people have things that are grotesque happen to them, and they come out the other side, and all of a sudden they're a spokesperson, and they help a lot of people out of situations like that. All of a sudden they change the trajectory of their reality because they experienced this, right? This isn't a, raise your hand if this has happened to you type of session. What I'm saying is that whatever happens to you, you get to choose how you move forward from it. And even all the things, we'll talk as if we're walking through life and things are just crumbling around us. There are all these situations just in your personal life unfolding. No, there's not. You turn on the news and you see a bunch of shit and you say the world is a bad place because you hear a narrative. Then you turn on this and you say the world is a bad place because you read these books or because you see this history lesson. But that's not even in your reality. Sure, there's a couple things that you've overcome and you become a better person for it. So is it bad? It's we often will take other people's views and then start creating this perspective, right? Based on things that we haven't even experienced in our life. Your reality can be blissful, peaceful, beautiful, just like you. When you understand that you are source and everybody around you that's connected to you, it's just going to reflect you. That's exactly how it fits into the everyone is you pushed out. Right? Is that right now in your reality, walking through life, you get to experience the peace that you want. Everybody is you pushed out. You still get to even choose how you perceive those situations and them conflicts that are going on across seas. There are certain conflicts you'll never see those things in person. Yet they bring such an emotional weight to you. For what reason? And then we show up differently for people. Now, all of a sudden, because we have the weight of that situation that we've never experienced on our heart, we show up differently. We have different expectations for even people in our personal life. And now they show up differently. It's all a reflection of you. When you understand that you are the source, all of those things can show up to you in a beautiful way.
That's like a weird situation. I feel like they say we're living in history, right? But we're not living in history. We're like living our everyday lives, and like these things are just happening around us, but we're not gonna know until after. And then someone's gonna ask us in like 50 years. I know, cause like I asked my old ladies, I'm like, oh, do you remember like when Watergate happened, or do you remember what you were doing when this historic event happened? They're like, no, I mean I was just living my life. So it's like the bigger picture that you see is not your reality, just like you said.
I think to answer, I think both sick, I don't know the name. What Alex is trying to say is that your situation happened, but it's not happening. So it's not the identity you carry. Like for me, I've had so many things happen to me, and people would label themselves quickly as victims, and I just refuse. I can give you so many examples. One would be from I was 2 years old. I got asthma. Nobody knows how. I was a perfect baby at 2 years old, asthma. And when I realized how people reacted to me having asthma, I'm not actively having an attack, but they would shield me. Oh, you can't swim in the pool. Oh, you can't play. Oh, you can't be active. You can't be like the rest of the kids. You're different. I decided to hide it. I'm like, I don't wear a pump. I don't do any of the stuff like kids with asthma do. And I'll go through life never painting myself as that until it happened, and they'll be like, why didn't you say something, like you could have died? And I'm like, but I didn't, you know. And so I wore that proud stripe on my chest that I'm normal. I'm like every other kid because I want to experience life like every other kid. And my close relatives who know I have asthma, they treat me so differently, and I never get to do anything. So I go through life never wearing that little diagnosis, to the point where now I don't think my last asthma attack was probably like 2 years ago. And it's something that they said would happen or get worse the older you get, because I don't want to identify with it. It's the same way I see a lot of people, they get sick one time and they just want to live in that diagnosis. Oh, I'm a diabetic for the rest of my life. It's something that if you put too much on it, it can get worse if that's what your identity is. Oh, I cannot do this because I'm this. When you have people who have diabetes, they look normal. They eat normal stuff. Some people cure their diabetes. It's not saying that you should go around and like tell people not to be whatever it is that's unfortunately happening to them. But when you wear the story, I kid you not, you wear the story. It's the only thing you talk about. It's the only thing you identify with. And before you know it, that's all you gravitate towards you. A lot of people with the same wounds, same stories. All you keep doing in your conversations is trauma bonding, and you never get out of that sick loop.
but you see people outside of you enjoying their life and you're wondering what's wrong with you. It's the story you keep telling yourself. I'm a victim. This happened to me so many years ago. And because it happened to me so many years ago, this is happening and this is happening. When Alex is all Alex is trying to tell you is that if you change that story, focus on the good things going on in your life, you will see a difference to the point where the stories you told yourself a year ago, 2 years ago, no longer resonate with you. I can open up about so much, but I try to keep my life a bit more private. But I cannot tell you that I've experienced something that's so horrible to the point where I wear it to this day. And most of it is violent, and most of it is things that I can put in a book and people will read it for sure and cry or resonate with it. But that's the most I'll do with those stories, if ever. But what I'm trying to say is that if you wear the victim story all the time, someone explained it. It says something about like a triangle where you have the victim, the hero, and the observer. You can be all three or be one of each at the same time, and you keep going around that little triangle. And people always want to be the victims most of the time because it suits them. Some people want to be the hero. They want to go save other people from their stress or worries. And I think the place I resonate with is just the observer. I constantly observe my thoughts. I observe the things I choose to do on a daily. How do I feel about them? And observe like just myself, and you will feel better just being the observer of your life and not a victim or a hero. You're constantly doing something or being something. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, beautiful, right? Like typically, it's almost like we are trained as humans to wear what we have been through on us like a badge of honor. And it's like we have these competitions to say, oh, I've been through the most. No, I've been through the most. No, I've been through the most. This isn't a path of saying that nothing that you don't like will happen to you, but you still can assign meaning to everything. Things have happened. No one has gotten to this point of life untouched, right, unharmed, with where something that they did not want to happen to them has happened to them. The point of all this is that you still give meaning to everything. You can still right now choose the meaning of everything that went on in your life and choose how you are going to move forward. You can decide who you are right now and decide how you are going to propel your life forward, and how that experience, if that experience is going to be powerless, if it's just going to fade away, if you are going to walk through life and be a better person because of you get to decide that. You are all powerful. You are source. But when we stay in the identity of because this happened to me, then I have to be like this, or because this happened to me, now I'm a victim. And when we do like that, we're just denying ourselves the opportunity to have the life that we want. You don't even want to live life repeating that same story. So why do we do that? I know it's not about overcoming the story. It's about understanding that that story happened, and now you can assign whatever meaning to it, right? And yes, it was you pushed out, right? Understand this. Before, let's say something happened to you 10 years ago. Were you completely in the knowing that your thoughts, that your beliefs created reality? Or were you simply walking around and consuming everything? Your parents were telling you this. The school was telling you this. The job was telling you this. This book was telling you this. So you were walking around and you were just a melting pot of everybody else's beliefs. They told you to be scared of that. They told you not to do this. This makes you a good person. Run from this. You should be scared of this. This is the repercussion of doing this. So until we all got to a certain point of our life, our consciousness was just filled with other people's beliefs. And those beliefs were made manifest in all the situations that showed up in our life. Those things are done. You're here now. Those things are done. But you get to make a choice right now of what all of that means moving forward, of how people show up in your life moving forward. None of us can go back in the past because we don't live there anymore. We only live right here. So yeah, that's the answer, is that those things are meaningless now. And yes, they were all you. Everything is all you. Whether you're still a child and you're walking around in these lower states of brain waves, right? Where you're walking around in a theta brain wave because you're a child and your parent is just telling you everything. And you're consuming all that information. The teachers are telling you everything. It's consuming all of this information. And because you're consuming all that information, now your reality is being made manifest by all those people around you. And you grow up through life and the same things happen until we finally get to a point of awareness where we realize it's just me, it's my story. And now we can make a choice to actively move forward, knowing everyone is me pushed out, choosing the story that I tell, and also look back at my past. And instead of dwelling on those same stories and recreating them, I can give new meaning to them, understanding that right now, in this moment, everything is perfect. And yes, everything, no exceptions, everything. Everything.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about like what most people probably refer to is things like SA.
Yeah.
Especially like kids, like stuff happened to kids. We've heard of these things, and like abuse on women. That a lot of the times people don't wanna like, or they cannot understand how they're responsible for that. So maybe that's what they were asking.
Oh yeah, I understand what they're asking. It's the same answer. It doesn't change.
Okay.
It's okay. When you are born, right? How many of you remember? Maybe there's a couple people on here who remembers when they were born. How many of you have How many of you have all of the memories that you had from the moment that you were born till 10? Where were your beliefs then? Were you not having beliefs? Did you not have thoughts? Were there not fears? Were there not fears that other people instilled that on you? Did your parents not have fears of certain things happening to you? Where do all of your beliefs come from? Where did they come from in that time? So even before you came in this path, let's say you came into reality creation a year ago. Have you ever pulled something in your reality that you feared? 4 days ago. Have you ever pulled something in your reality that you feared? Have you ever pulled something in your reality that you didn't want? How did you do those things? You stay focused on certain things and your belief pulls them in. It's you.
Right, and it's not about like getting what I want to happen, because if I'm identifying with my worst fears, just like story of Job, unfortunately these things will be added onto me.
Exactly.
So I don't think it's ever a matter of anybody wanting those things to happen, right? It's not like this is me pushed out like I wanted this to happen to me, because if that was true, then you wouldn't
be here.
Hurt or upset about anything that's going on right now that you don't want to happen either, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's a part of us, and I don't know. I think identification is instant, but at the same time, like, if you are a person who this has happened to, it's still a matter of your perspective of the situation too. So, like, regardless of what beliefs you had as a child, that unfortunately somehow you were put in a situation as something as bad as that, like, we still have the ability to perceive it in a way that is, I would say, because I heard a moment ago too, and we're talking about like, I hang on to this thing 10 years ago and I'm still hurt by it, but it makes me stronger because I've been through more bullshit than someone else. I can see how, because I've used that personally for strength, but at the same time, it always ended up hurting me when I measured myself based upon things that I suffered through in order to make me tougher or stronger.
Exactly.
I can speak a little bit on
Go ahead.
Child sexual assault. The thing about that is, going back to the mirror aspect, is these people who are causing this harm, and so these children are children who also experience the same, and it goes along with that cycle breaking. Like, what am I going to do now? They decided this was the cycle that I saw. This is how it made me feel I am going to go and impose this on somebody else, even though maybe consciously they know how horrible and how bad it is to do that because they live through it, but they get stuck in this cycle and stuck in this mirror of seeing themselves in a certain way, and so then they repeat the offenses that were put onto them because they never got over the fact that it wasn't them, it wasn't their fault. Like they were children, that they should not have gone through that experience. So the thing is, like, where do you go from there? Like, what do you do from that? Are you gonna go and are you gonna do that to a child knowing how you felt in that situation? Or are you going to say, no, I'm stopping this, I'm not doing that. I'm creating my own reality, I'm creating my own story in this, and I will not cause harm in that way because I know how harmful it is.
Can I go, Alex, or you wanted to say something?
Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask, well, not ask, but there's this saying that if you're in a house it's burning down, don't ask or try to figure out why it's burning down.
There we go.
Just get out and then figure out the cause of the fire later.
There we go.
And so a lot of the times we go through this human experience, things happen, and we want to know why they happen, and we spend a long time lingering in the pain of it to figure out the why, when really and truly we should just like pretty much move on with our lives and tell a different story or use that experience to be a better person. And so I usually just believe that we all choose the path we want to take when we come here. And so sometimes the gory stuff we experience, we probably did choose it to experience it to kind of be better. Because you have examples of people who were abused as children and they grew up to be people that stop those abuse or put things in place to stop it. And then you have the latter that just repeat the cycle. And so whenever things happen to me, I don't sit in the why did it happen to me or the victim mode. Even if it's out of my control, I didn't know better and I was not protected, whatever the case may be. I just look at it like this thing happened to me, it hurt, it was really sad, unfortunate. And what can I do to first help myself, and how can I be a better person to make sure it doesn't happen to anybody else? But telling the same stories don't help anyone. And when you do sometimes step out of your own little mind and get into the 3D reality, whatever, you realize everybody have a horrible story. They have like horrible stories. Like I was in my little world last week, and then the person I was doing her hair, she was like, oh, you're so young. Like she was 50 something. And she's like, you're so young. That's why you're experiencing life this way. And I'm like, I'm in my 30s. What are you talking about? I'm old. And she's like, no, like you haven't experienced much yet. And she was just giving the story about a time she almost committed, you almost went in the checkout line, and she went to like a little session where they were going around the table to figure out why everybody was there. And when she was the last person to speak, and when she heard everybody's reason for being there, she could not open her mouth to speak because her story to her was so huge. But listening to everybody's reasoning, she just shut up and kept it to herself. She felt so bad. And when she left that place, she never went back because she got this outlook on life. Like, to me, it just seemed like what I'm going through is everything right now, but there are other people going through horrible things as well. So when we try to do a little fight of this sin is greater than this sin, it takes away from the fact that we are supposed to experience it and do the most important thing as human beings, and that's to heal and grow. And we don't want to do that part because it sucks. And it really requires a lot of accountability that we don't want to take for ourselves. Even though you were, like I said, innocent, it really does take a lot of accountability.
Yeah. So
I feel like everyone's asking about like me pushed out. It might not necessarily be you pushed out, but it may be
no, it
something
is. It
instilled
is.
upon you.
No, everybody is you pushed out. It's just that it's everything is you pushed out. All right, let me be more clear with it because y'all are asking the exact same question over and over again. Yes, it's you pushed out. But when you are a child, right? When you are young, all of your beliefs are not yours. Even today, all of your beliefs are not yours. You have beliefs from songs you listen to. You have beliefs from teachers that told you things. You have beliefs from politicians. You have beliefs from books. You have beliefs from YouTube. How many of your beliefs did you sit down and originally create right now? Most of them are other things. So it's not necessarily that all of your beliefs lead to good outcomes. It is that when you are a child, right, till the moment that you are right now, to this point in time, you have been told things. People have had fears for you. It didn't just have to be your parents. When you were a kid, you weren't around just your parents. You were around teachers. You're around friends. You're around family members. You're around all kinds of people who have different beliefs, different fears that they instilled on you, different perspectives that they instilled on you. So yes, you become this collection of other people's beliefs. And we spend most of our life holding that until we become conscious enough to start to challenge all of those things. So everybody in your reality, yes, is you pushed out. Doesn't necessarily mean that you originally came up with that belief, but it's all you. Now, from this point forward, it's that it doesn't matter, like the things that you went through, they're as grotesque as they could be, right? Right from this moment, you get to choose your perspective of those things. Exactly. When you're young, your beliefs are unconsciously learned and then pushed out. Everything is you pushed out. Everything. I would love to hear your perspective on this, Lacey. Since you work with
when you were asking, it's like, do you know what you thought when you were there? I mean, I guess between the ages 0 and 7, it's scientifically proven with the brain development and all that jazz, right? But like I can't tell you what my beliefs were. I hardly recognize a lot of the beliefs that are affecting me right now.
Exactly. Exactly.
And this is me after 32 years of being alive. So there ain't no fucking way I can identify what my beliefs were as a child. I'm still finding them out. I think that's why people are talking about shadow work and healing and things like that. It's just you recognizing your beliefs. That healing is instant. It's just a matter of recognition and perception and being like, oh, okay. Like, no, I don't have to think that. I see that I'm unconsciously thinking it and I'm giving it to myself. So I'm just not going to do it anymore.
Exactly. And that's all. Even when we talk about these limiting or unconscious beliefs, it's not that those beliefs are somewhere that you have to dig into. It's typically that you've held on to a belief or you've thought a certain way for so long that it just feels like it's the norm. But once you start shining a light on it, like you said, right, the change is instant. Once I notice, once my awareness is on a belief, once I start saying, oh, this is the story I've been telling, that's it. It's done. I can change it right there in that moment. You sound like you got far away, Austin.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, if I'm aware of the problem, then I've already overcame it. And if I choose not to, then that's my fault.
Exactly.
And I mean, your full and final beliefs also aren't completely formed until late adolescence and middle adulthood even. So you're taking in all this information at all these points in time in your life, but a final formation doesn't occur until way later in your development.
See, all right. You think they needed to know that none of that was their own doing? All right, well, okay, that's an assumption that you have. But first of all, that's what we're saying, that no, all of your beliefs aren't your own doing. But what you do right now moving forward, that is your doing. The past is the past. And you've had things, we've all had things happen. The past is the past, though. From right now, I get to choose how I move forward. Right? I'm not blaming anybody for the beliefs that other people have put on you. How could you do that? But from this point moving forward, we have the choice of how we view anything. And none of this is saying that anything is your fault. Hopefully that's not how y'all perceive what I was saying. I'm simply saying that we have a collection of beliefs that we unconsciously just learn from people as we're going through life. This isn't about assigning blame to anyone. But right now, I have a responsibility to move forward and to see things the way that I want to see them from this point forward.
This was an accident.
Too late. You up here now. Too late.
My AirPod might die. I'm literally twisting my hair, but hi everyone.
How you doing? Now you have to ask a question.
Ask.
Yeah. Or answer. You get to choose.
Yeah, I feel present enough to contribute when I'm led.
Perfect. Sounds good. What to do, Lacey? I want to hear your perspective real quick on everything we're talking about, especially with children, if you don't mind.
Yes. Oh, the second I literally hi, first up, how y'all doing? So I have been a nanny of 14 years. I worked with children as a teacher. I went back to school to be a therapist because I saw how all of the wounds happened. I also am a daughter of a diagnosed narcissist. 3 times over. My dad is the epitome of textbook lack of empathy. And so growing up, I always had a narrative of shame and of everything being my fault, because that is what my environment mirrored back to me, is that I was an inconvenience, that I wasn't allowed to have an opinion, I wasn't allowed to have needs, I wasn't allowed to exist as I was. Everything I did in some capacity or another was wrong because it was not within the expectation of whatever my dad had in the world that revolved around him. And so I've seen as a nanny, the language that I use and the presence that I hold becomes the template that these kids follow. And I've done it in so many different ways over 14 years by accident and not realizing throughout that process that I've healed a lot of my own stuff, recognizing the way I was treated was totally unfair. And they're brand new here. They literally do not know. I think it's so important that we remember that simply because we have context for a moment does not mean that this moment in time is not our first moment here. This is my first moment on this live with you, speaking about this in this exact group of 65 people, and that we are having this discussion with this amount of information, with this emotion that I'm having today. All of it is brand new, always. And there is no such thing as the past or the future. You know what I mean? It's always just this and what we do with this. And so when we are kids, we quite literally, developmentally speaking, for the first 4+ years of life, have the way that our brain works, interpreting the world, saying, what does this mean about me? Because we do not have enough context to understand the complexities of reality, of nuance, of the way that the world works. It's just twisty. We're twisty. There's paradoxes everywhere. And so a lot of kids have real questions and they're presented with real situations and real experiences that their little bodies do not have enough context or data for. And so what do? They internalize it and say, what does this mean about me? And so instead of looking at it through the lens of my parents were really stressed out, they had a hard day at work, I can empathize because I am the adult who also has a hard day at work, I'm projecting onto a child that they are an adult with bad intentions, when I am assuming that they should know better when they're brand new. And so much of how kids act with me
is dependent on how I act and how I show up.
Yeah.
So when they get loud, I go low, I go quiet. I need to be the balance for them, because quite literally their brain is like not cooked yet. Like, it's that serious. They are vulnerable. They are unable to do it themselves. They cannot calm their body. So when we know that, like, truly on their own, there's a reason why we have parents and caregivers, because we cannot take care of ourselves. We can't do it as a baby. So it is that serious in our body. It is survival. It is a level of distress that goes so deep. And when we are healing, we must acknowledge that yes, we are spirit and we are a body. And yes, we have trauma. And yes, there are things that are frustrating for me that I still have to work through from my childhood. Knowing what I know, experiencing what I've experienced, I still have grief from a narcissist. I still have shit that I still have to work through. That has been really, really, really hard. And all of that has rooted from beliefs and things that I have learned from childhood by simply watching, by observing, by taking in. So much of what we learn is not by what we're told, it's by what we see. And so it's just, I just want to empower people to like see that it's actually just the micro moments. If we do the micro moments well, kids thrive. If we are intentional, if we turn towards them, it's not rocket science. Like, everything that we're healing from is what we are. Everything we didn't have is what we are. So I'm able to embody the love that I didn't receive because I know what it feels like to not have it. I'm able to give the moment of presence in the shame and say, I see you and I know this feels really yucky and I'm still here with you. And that doesn't change anything. There's a level of attunement that happens when you recognize that, like, kids are not, it's not our fault, what we are exposed to and the way that things happen in our lives, but what I believe about it, I am literally the only person in the world that can do something with that. Nobody else can. You cannot convince me that something is true if I do not believe it. You cannot, like, it is my only job to repair with that child, to care about this person, this avatar that I have till the day that I die. And so I have to learn, like, why do I believe what I believe? Where did that come from? And do I actually believe that? And not even where did it come from as much as, like, what is the root of that? There's a root of everything. There is a root to everything, and it's almost always rooted in, is it rooted in a lack of love, a desire for love, a desire for safety, a desire for acceptance, for community, the things that, like, we literally actually need. And so it's not a matter of whether you're being overdramatic. It's literally like you drinking water. We need it. It is who we are. And without it, kids suffer. And so many of us did not get the space that we need. And we can be that space, but it has to be intentional, and it will always just be in doing the micro moments really freaking well. Just care enough to show up in the micro moments and be intentional in it and choose. And you will do your life well, because that's all the past was and that's all the future will be. And that's all that kids need. They just need a good enough caregiver that cares enough to say, I messed up. I'm so sorry. I really, really hurt you, and that wasn't fair to you. If my dad ever did that as a kid, that would have been enough for me. But he didn't. And so I believed I wasn't worth repairing with. I believed I wasn't worth loving. And it had nothing to do with me. It was my experience of it, and I'm responsible for that experience. But literally, our brains don't know that yet. No, it's like we have to give ourselves enough grace to say that we are people in process now, too. And it's our first time here. Okay, I love you guys. Sorry, that was a lot. I'm passionate about little people and the little people inside the big people.
Appreciate that perspective. Thank you, Lacey.
Hello.
What's up?
I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Anybody else want to answer? Or anybody else want to expand? Anybody else have a question? Anybody else want to talk about anything?
I have like somewhat of a question.
Perfect.
Do you like believe that, I suppose if you look at our childhood, that, you know, some of the choices that may have been made
can shape us in ways that are probably not beneficial now in our adult lives. Like, for example, when I look at like my childhood and my parents, I had a very religious and strict, cultured upbringing to the point now where as an adult, I feel like it disables my social skills. You know, like I have like a deep fear of people.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think, well, how do I stop that? Like, how do I deal with that? It's like, you know, I don't know. Does that make sense? I feel like I don't make sense. I'm sorry, I'm not American either, so I probably sound a little different to all of you. But
No. I hear you beautifully. You said that loud and clear and perfectly, right? Thank you. So, this is my perspective on it. Yes, absolutely. We can have things. You mind going on mute real quick?
sorry, I missed that.
Oh, you mind going on mute? Oh, I got you. No problem. I was just putting you on mute. All right. So we all go through experiences that quote unquote shape us, right? People do things. We experience things. We have certain upbringings, right? We have different things that influence us or push us down a path. And then we arrive at this moment, all right? And so even once I arrive at this moment consciously, I still have the choice. Because even me saying that somebody did something or somebody influenced me in a way that has made me less outgoing or it has stunted my communication, even me saying that, the moment I'm aware of it, it becomes a choice, right? I can still right now take all my power back. Yes, that happened. And it impacted you for X amount of time. But right now you are new. And because you see that, you have a choice to decide to go through life differently right now. So that does not have to be your prison. The same way that if somebody tells you that, you know what I'm saying, you're this zodiac sign, you have to act like this. Or the therapist says you're an anxious avoidant. No matter what happens to you, because you are source and you are infinite, you can rise above anything. But the only way that you can rise above it is by you looking at that situation and saying, yes, it happened, but it doesn't define me anymore because I define me right now moving forward.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe the question I want to ask is to probably clarify what Source was asking, because I think you do answer yours perfectly, but where she or he is lost at is where we said everyone is a reflection of you and everyone is a mirror of you. So a child who doesn't really have that knowing of, I'm doing these things to myself, I'm attracting this person towards me, something unfortunate happens to that child, like maybe that's what they're not able to wrap their mind around that. And I think what I would ask her probably say is that you have kids that you can look at them and you can see that this child is protected. And then you can look at some kids and you can see that these kids are not protected. They're not taken care of. And that's the environment they grew up in or the household that they're in. And so it comes out a certain way where you can tell that this child is not being taken care of or whatever. And that can attract predators. It's not the child's fault because they're not able to protect themselves or do everything for themselves at a certain age. And also their energy probably gave off like, I'm unprotected, so they attracted that said predator. And so Alex is talking about the standpoint of you right now, like you choose to like move forward from the story because you're not able to control what happened to you, but you can control what's happening to you. So I'm not sure if that answers Source's question of the whole mirror thing, that yes, you are everybody pushed out, like everybody's a reflection of you, and you as a child, you're not you're not responsible for the mirror that you are, because you don't know anything as a child. Like, you were just given these conditions, circumstances, beliefs, everything from the people around you that are supposed to be protecting you and giving you the right tools to go out through life. So I don't know if that helps, because I grew up somewhere where I see kids that are not protected, and I grew up in a very sheltered, protected home. So a lot of unfortunate things happen to kids who are not protected, and then I never experienced that. All I did was hear stories, and it was never my reality. But it's unfortunate that it happened to them. And I keep asking myself why, or there are bad people out there. Nothing bad never happened to me because I was always protected by the people around me, and so I was safe in that. But there are some people who just attract a lot of that, and it's because people can sense that these kids are not protected, or they themselves don't even know what protection is. So I don't know if that answered her question.
When you think about mirrors, though, like the other person has that reflection as well. So they're seeing this beautiful, wonderful, happy, joyous child, and they're like, oh, I didn't get that. I'm going to mess up that mirror. I'm going to destroy that mirror because this isn't what I got. It wasn't what I received either. So I don't think it's necessarily it's not one person involved, it's other people's reflections as well. They're seeing you in their reflection and causing harm or doing whatever based off of that.
Like trying to take your innocence because they never had that happiness when they were a kid.
Like a sense of, yeah, like they were that, like knowing that that was them, like they were happy and they were like that, but then maybe somebody did something to them and that was taken from them.
But that Alex would probably answer saying that you're going into other people's reality now, because you want to kind of figure out what's going on in their mind, what's going on in their world, and then you can find so many different stories to counteract this story and just like go around in loops. But the whole mirror thing is just what I was trying to answer, the whole mirror thing, that you could feel like an unprotected child or behave like an unprotected child because you are unprotected, and so you attract people who like that whole, this child is unprotected, I can take advantage. And Source was asking, would you have the same perspective knowing it was the parent though? Yes, it's the same thing. I would have the same perspective if it's the parent, because people think they get away with things because they can't get away with it. That's just simply it. Or they think this child is vulnerable, or whatever it may be. So I think it works for both strangers, parents, and both.
Oh, maximum number.
Yeah, so that broken window theory, like if you see that there's a piece of trash on the ground, oh, I can throw another piece of trash on the ground, is where you're getting at, I think, with the unprotected thing. Like, someone's not caring for them, so I don't have to care for them either, basically.
Yeah, that could go with it.
And as a child, like, they don't know that. Like, they don't understand that. Because, like Lacey was saying, they can't take care of themselves. They need somebody to do that for them.
I know for me personally, I used to have a really hard time with that because nobody taught me how to take care of myself. So I had a lot of shame about that. And I realized more and more that that I didn't realize that I actually was worth taking care of because nobody showed me I was worth taking care of. Like, I think in general, we just really don't know why people do what they do at the end of the day unless they choose to say it. Because everybody is their own universe within them, their own thoughts. Like, I could be thinking something totally different than what you might think I'm thinking, you know? And like, when people go through these things, they internalize and learn in their own specific way dependent on so many different factors and wounds and micro wounds and little things that just get pushed aside, and we don't realize that they are harmful. But like, if we really think back to having gone through what we've gone through, like, what were the things that really hurt us? Like, what were those things? In the grand scheme of things now, we go, that's kind of silly, right? But through the perception of a 7-year-old, that was my whole life. That was my entire sense of worthiness in the world, was the expression that my dad gave me on his face. And so I learned to say, oh, I can't say that. I learned to say, I can't have a need. I learned it by my environment too. You know what I mean? So
yeah, exactly. You have to learn how to live at that point.
Right, and
you have to define that for yourself.
Yeah, it's so
more
scary.
difficult, but you'll get there. But like, it's very difficult to do.
And honestly, it just takes, like, it is a courageous act to say, what if? Like, what if there is more? What if there is different? What if I was treated wrong? What if my parents messed up? Like, as a kid, we cannot perceive that because it's in our psyche so deeply that their job is to keep us safe and to protect us as a caregiver, that we just can't see it that way yet. So instead of saying my parents are wrong, I say what's wrong about me. It's just, it is, that's the only context we have, is our own little personhood at that time. And so it just gets really twisty, and then we carry that forward, and that becomes the template of our life. That became the relationships I chose, that became the abuse that I found everywhere, that was the same thing with different faces and different names. Same thing, because it was the cycle, and it was what I knew. It's what I believed. It's what I didn't realize I was dancing in that dance, because I didn't think I was worthy, and I also didn't think I had an impact on anybody. So I used to leave a mess in spaces. I used to treat people poorly because I literally didn't think anybody cared. Like, I didn't think they would care. I didn't think they would respond. I didn't think it mattered because I didn't think I mattered. I literally didn't think I mattered. So why would you care about what I do or what I say to you? And it messed up a lot of my life. I had to burn everything down. Like, I literally, at like 26 years old, marriage falling apart, when I only knew life in black and white through narcissistic abuse, and life is actually a bunch of gray. And at the time, my ex-husband told me, like, life is not gray, it's all color, and it's all different kinds of color, and like, we get to experience that color. But I couldn't see it yet. And I think that's the difference, is sometimes people just don't see it yet because they do not have context to see it yet. It took a lot of unlearning and a lot of breaking and a lot of grief and a lot of like, I don't know what up or down is, for me to learn just like the baseline of like, oh yeah, it's okay to like want love. It's okay to like want to exist in peace and like care about my own thoughts and feelings. Like, that literally was radical in my upbringing. So if you haven't been there too, it's just like, we never know, you know, why people do really what they do and how they feel the way that they feel. It's just twisty, you know?
I've been listening to like everything you've said, and honestly I feel like I'm a bit of a clown just because I haven't been through anything like that. Like, if I look at my life, I feel like I've had a really wonderful upbringing. Like, I've got amazing parents and amazing opportunities. Like, I don't have any of the trauma aspects of things. But I still feel like I am as debilitated as somebody who has, like, is there a situation where someone can be, like, overprotected, like overbeared? Because I feel like that's me. I can't even talk to people, you know, like even in real life, especially in real life.
Cool and
I struggle with people. I struggle with just any kind of connection, right down to social media, you know, following people, engaging with people, talking with people. It's like I have no care. It's like I don't care that I've been by myself for so long that I just accept that this is normal, and everything about this is normal, and I know that it's not. But then I don't have, people will say, well, you should go to therapy, but I don't have anything to go to therapy for. Like, I don't have a traumatic childhood. You know, like I have
Yeah.
a very blessed life, a very blessed childhood that I don't know what went wrong, but something went wrong because I don't feel like it's normal to be this as disengaged when it comes to talking to people as I am. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that what you want?
Not
Of course not.
really. Like I feel I have a lot of goals and things I want to do. Like I want to travel, and I think to myself, well, I can't really do that yet because, you know, I don't want to just kind of go around the world and not say a word, and not have anyone to share that experience with. You know, little things like that.
Do you believe that you deserve connection?
Do I believe I deserve? Absolutely.
Perfect.
I think I'm a very kind person. I have a very big heart. I'm very giving, very generous, very loving, very warm. But I also sometimes think that, you know, I can be drawn a short straw.
But okay, all right. So if you really pay attention to the stories that you're telling, all right, you're telling two distinct stories, two different stories. And it's just giving you the opportunity to choose one or the other. On one hand, you are saying, I've had these things happen in my life. I've had this type of upbringing. And this upbringing has led me to having this kind of life, right? So on one hand, you have the past that is sitting there. And the past is just the past. The past is a thought. The experience was real, but right now it's just a thought because we're right here talking in this moment. Now, on the other hand, you have what you want. You want this connection, okay? You want to go and you want to put yourself out there, all right? You get to choose which one that you want to go down right now. You get to choose. Now, this is the one thing that I also want you to keep in mind. When it comes to building connection, when it comes to talking to people, all right? How often do you celebrate your wins? You just said how even social media engagement is difficult for you. But here you are on this stream asking your question with a panel of strangers, right? Already cultivating that connection. Sometimes we think that that jumping out the plane and landing is the only thing that means success, when really every single step should be celebrated. Do you see how even this right here is a step towards everything that you're dreaming? Can you see how right now you are already living in your dream life? You're already stepping inside of your dream life. Or are you still looking back at the situation and saying, oh, because I've went through this, I can't get what I want?
I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in the now, like, I feel really proud of myself that I've got up here. I'm talking, and I mean, I've been driving, and I couldn't really write in the comments section, which is where I've been floating about most of today. But because I'm driving home from work now, I thought it would be easier just to get in the actual panel.
Hold up. Before you go any further, before you go any further, I want to say something about that. All right. You see how the divine works, all right? Do you believe that you are source?
That I am source.
Do you believe that you are source?
I think so.
Perfect. That's cool. Perfect. Do you so being that you are source, you are perfect and everything works out for you, right?
I think so.
Perfect. All right. So now really pay attention to your story. I want you to really, really listen to yourself, right? Because in the question, in what you say are all of the answers. What you just told me is I've constantly been inside of my comfort zone in the comments. But today something changed. Today I am driving and I couldn't just go in the comments. So I had to do something that was a little bit more brave. I had to join the panel. Do you see how just by you knowing that you are source, just by you knowing that you are perfect, just by you having a desire to create more connection, you were put in the position where you were automatically made to step out of your comfort zone and get closer to your goal. Do you see the perspective, perspective right there?
I do. I
Beautiful.
suppose what worries me is always the aftermath. You know, the
Yeah.
social downfall. Like, once I do get off, and this isn't just being on this panel, this is in everyday life.
Perfect.
Like, if I am in any kind of social setting, I'll crash out for a solid week.
Okay.
I'll just disconnect from everyone. It's almost like a mind thing. It's where I'm overwhelmed to the point where I'll pull back.
Okay. That's fine. All right.
It's like a replaying in my mind. Like,
that's fine.
If that makes sense.
It makes sense, and that's fine, right? That's what you used to do. Now, let's say that happens tomorrow. Okay? How do you typically start judging yourself when that happens? Because right now, even the way that you said it, it sounds like you already have this judgment about yourself. You already have the judgment that it's going to happen, that it will happen, that you're scared of it. And then you already have this judgment of what you are doing in it, right? Because really all of this time that you're quote unquote crashing out, all it is you sitting around and judging yourself.
I know what you mean.
So there's nothing.
I don't know how to get over that hurdle.
Though that's fine, right? That's what we're here for, okay? It's not that there's a hurdle. It's not really that there's a hurdle to get over. It's just that you need to become aware of what you're actually doing. And once you're aware of what you are doing, you can continuously make a choice to do something different, and then you can get better at making that choice. So let's say that you get off of here and you go back home and you say, man, something was off. And you feel like going into your bubble, right? And you start judging. What was I asking the right question? What did they think of me? Whatever the case may be, whatever those questions are, right? The only person that is judging you is you. The only person. And so in that moment, you can make a choice. You can decide to look at yourself and give yourself grace and say, okay. This is how I used to handle things, by judging myself. But now I can step back into the truth. You said it earlier. You are source. You are perfect. You can lean on that truth. You can say, all right, look, you have a choice on what you can focus on. You can focus on how you feel about something. You can focus on the story of your family and what they did. You can focus on all of these things. Or you can actually focus on the beautiful chain of events that actually led you down, getting closer to your desire. Your desire is to create more connection. Your desire is to get out of that box, get out of that bubble. And so you should be celebrating every single win. Every step is perfect. Every comment should be a win. Every time that you hit the join and you request up, and then you don't just request up and stay here, right? You request up and say something. You speak up. You ask a question. You contribute, right? Those are big steps. Those are wins in itself. And it all transpired. You didn't even have to do anything. You were naturally led to this moment simply by getting in your car, and all of a sudden you naturally thought, oh, I can't ask the question. Let me jump on here. You were naturally put to it. That is the divine proof that everything is already working out for you. That is the absolute divine proof that you are perfect and everything is unfolding perfectly for you. It's divine proof. You can choose to focus on that story, or you can focus on judging yourself. And what is going to happen is you're going to start realizing that as you walk through life and you realize that you are source, you remember that you are source, you know that everything is working out for you. You'll start seeing that I'm just naturally being pushed into these situations where I can just take a baby step in, and that baby step is a win. Now, all of a sudden I was naturally pushed to having this conversation in public with these people that ended up being cool. Okay, now I was naturally pushed to another outing to go to, and it might have been uncomfortable, but I decided to go there, and I stayed there for 10 minutes. Typically I would stay for 5, but I stayed for 10. That is a win. Life is built, right? Go ahead.
I've always kind of assumed that, some people are just not good people, and that I would be one of them. I went to a function last night because my family are major sponsors of one of the football teams here.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to accept an award on behalf of my dad, and I sat in corner of the room all night. Like, I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't, I just kind of got up there, got the award, and left. Like, I can't bring myself to socially engage with people. And I just think at my age, like, that's just not normal.
Well,
It doesn't,
but still,
it's not normal.
you're the only person judging you. But still, it's just you that is judging you. No one else is judging you. You're judging yourself. You can make the choice right now to begin to see yourself different. Look, it's good that you even went. You could have just not showed up. It's good that
to get out of it.
but you didn't. But you couldn't get out of it, and you still went. That is a win. It's about changing your perspective in all of those things. You know what? Here's
Can I take it a step further?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because she was asking, like, what do I do? I think there's a tool that might help you. Like, after these, like, social interactions or places you don't have social interaction and you get to a spot of, like, high anxiety and you're going through your mind and you're thinking, oh, all this stuff should happen, why, just take a second and breathe. Like, be conscious, like, conscious, yeah. Make that decision to take a breath and quiet your mind, be where you want to be. That's what has been working for me, at least. Like,
I really like that. I really like that. Because, I always think, like, if I got married one day, I would have no bridesmaids because I have no friends. Like, I have nobody in my life that is not on my birth certificate or on my employee payroll. So I'm trying to socialize. I'm trying to, at least try and get myself in situations where I can talk to people that I don't know, just like I am now in this panel.
And that's perfect.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's good.
That's perfect, right? Here's the thing too. What is the purpose of you seeing the things that you don't like in your reality right now? I want to ask you that question. I really want you to think about that question and answer that one.
What's the question? What is the purpose?
What is the purpose of you experiencing things, or not even experiencing things? What is the purpose of you recognizing things in your reality that you don't want?
I know the answer to this. So, last month my stepmom passed away of Alzheimer's, and it was a long road. And she had her struggle, like, with my dad. Like, he was amazing and he took care of her. And I think since she's been gone, like, that reality that if I was to get something like that, I'm not going to have people in my life in the room.
Oh, no. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I get where you're going. That's not what I mean is.
Like, I don't want to end up like that.
No. Okay, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. This is what I mean. When you say things like, I don't want to end up like that. Or when you say things like, okay, because my parents were like this, or I had this upbringing, I don't have friends. Or because if I get married, then I won't have bridesmaids. What those specific things are things that you do not want. Now, what is the purpose of you even recognizing those things? If everything is for you, then what would be the purpose of those things coming into your awareness, the things you don't want?
It's not that I don't want them.
No. It's not about.
I think most people want those.
No, that's okay. Let me just answer the question for you. The purpose,
Okay.
the purpose of you seeing things that you don't want is just to show you what you do want. But as humans, sometimes we get so caught up in focusing on the things that we don't want and being like, oh, I don't want this, I don't want this. We're not realizing that, yeah, of course you don't. It's the purpose isn't for you to sit around and think about what you don't want all day. The purpose is to say, if I don't want it, then I have clarity now on what I do want. You saying that I don't, yeah,
I know what you mean.
Exactly.
I know what you're saying.
So it's about shifting your perspective, because It's saying the same thing. You just have to switch how you see reality, all right? You're always being given opportunity to choose. Life is just presenting you a menu. Everything that you don't want is showing you what you do want. So the goal is not to sit around and for me to be like, dang, I'm not gonna have any bridesmaids. The goal is for me to instantly realize, oh, well, that just means I want bridesmaids. So I have that desire. And if you have a desire, who wants that desire through you? God, Source. Source wants that desires through you. So when you focus on the desire, knowing that, okay, the desire is just God, it's just Source wanting to experience it through me, well, now you get more clarity. And so now you can actually walk through life and you can say, oh, look how I was just naturally pushed on this planet. And look how Alex just told me exactly what I want right now or what I needed right now, right? It's all happening for me. It's all happening for you. The only reason that you saw that and you said, oh, my mother, Alzheimer's happened, right? And somebody passed. The only reason that you say that and see that is because now you're getting clarity on what you want. The only reason that you saw it, that it said, hey, look, I want bridesmaids, or I won't have bridesmaids. The only reason that you have clarity on that is because now you know what you want and you can focus on what you want. These things are not negative things. It is just you getting an opportunity to choose what you want. So that's all this thing is doing, right? These are all blessings. All of these things you're feeling and experiencing are blessings, just giving you clarity on what you want. And life is automatically pushing you there.
Even if it's hard. Like, because it's hard to change. It's hard to do things sometimes. But that's the point of it, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm nearly 40 years old. I've always kind of just thought it's too late for me to change, you know, like
That's a
this
story.
is how I am.
Never.
Because that's just a story that you're telling right now, right? That's not the truth. That's just a perspective that you're choosing to
The
speak
part that
from.
I'm nearly 40 or the part that I have no social skills.
Both.
Unfortunately, the first one is true.
No, both are just stories. True. What is true? What is truth? What is the truth, right? Truth is whatever I say is the truth, right? There's only one truth. That one truth is that everything is God. After that, there are no objective truths. There's just me speaking law into my reality. None of the things that you're saying are true. They're just stories, right?
I call them, I don't even call them stories. As long as they don't reflect the reality you want or desire, they're actually lies we tell ourselves. Because I would say that to myself, that I'm not a sociable person, and it's not true. I may not like people all the time, and I've accepted that, and I know that I need my space or my solitude sometimes, and I've accepted that. But I have words, I can speak, I know how to interact with people, and I try to do it the best way I can. You're not gonna be for everybody, and so if you're looking in everybody else's world, then it's gonna become very nerve-wracking. If you really just focus on what you want, which is to have a conversation with someone, sometimes just do that and don't worry afterwards oh my God, did I say the wrong thing or whatever. Just know that even your mistakes, sometimes you call them mistakes, they're all perfect. They're all perfect. Because someone would find you weird, but another person's like, oh my God, this is my person. You will never know that unless you do what Alex says, which is just jump out the plane. And by the way, Alex loves weddings. I don't know if he can be a bridesmaid. Love weddings.
He can be my madam on that.
Right. You already have someone on your guest list, so you did the right thing.
Yeah, you're better for all of us. We volunteer right now.
And I love a wedding too.
That's our destination.
I'm trying to go. Let's go. Where are you going? Go. Let's book a flight.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm gonna definitely be at the wedding.
Go. Let's have a party.
Definitely gonna be at the wedding.
Ready. So anytime you're ready, this panel right here is ready for you. And you did all of that by just jumping on the live. And nobody knew you have all of these anxieties until you said it. So if you don't say it and just do what you want, nobody's gonna know. That what's that little video song thing? Nobody's gonna know. They won't know. Just stop telling yourself.
You're all very wonderful. Like, I really appreciate you all.
We appreciate you.
And you, Alex.
Oh, what you mean, and me? You weren't you weren't including me at first. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I'm actually gonna just jump down because I just got home from work and I'm ready to get a few things done. So I'll jump back in the comments section.
Cool.
It's been really productive to talk to you all and get some insight, and I'll just keep working on it one day at a time.
Yes. Celebrate every win. Right. Love you. Have a great day. I appreciate you jumping on. Truly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Later.
Yeah, that was so good. I'm about to leave too. I probably should sleep. But I love talking about this stuff. Like, this is right up my alley. So I'm like, I would just want to keep talking, but.
No problem.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Thanks, you as well.
This jumped on. I love to see it. I'm gonna jump off because she was like, I'm so scared. Don't be scared. Alex is nice.
Sometimes. I'm just playing. I'm nice. Who was scared?
Hello?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Do I sound okay?
You sound wonderful.
Okay. Sorry, I'm at work and I wish I would have been able to hop on earlier, when we were talking about what we were talking about, but I am by myself and it's just super busy to get in. But I just wanted to hop on and tell everyone, thank you for the input and what we were talking about. I just wanted to turn into a, therapy session basically or anything like that, but I just appreciate, all the
feedback that you guys have given, and being able to figure out what exactly that means, because honestly for days I've been wanting to understand for days what that everyone is you pushed out meaning was, and so that's all I was trying to clarify. I'm over everything, I'm healed, I have forgiven, I don't identify with that anymore, so I just wanted to hop on and say thanks.
Love you. I appreciate you. And thank you for sharing. Right? I don't think we can overstate how important it is or how healing it can be to hear other stories, right? When y'all are brave enough to to just put out what you've been through. Because it's in those conversations where we can actually heal. We never really know what other people are going through, right? And some of the similar stories that we're all going through. And so if your question or your desire for an answer, it never just helps us. So I appreciate you for being open to sharing. So thank you.
For sure. And like I said, I'm sorry that it turned into that, but it was a really confusing concept for me to grasp.
Yeah.
And so I just needed that clarity basically. So
for sure. Don't be sorry. I love to go I love to take a turn down a path and expand on the subject. So I appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys. I am gonna hop off though. I just wanted to say thanks. I just hope you guys all have a good night. And I think I speak for everyone that we really appreciate you, Alex. And I love your lives every time you're on. I try to be on too, but I know you do them in the morning, and that's usually when I'm sleeping since I work night shift.
No problem. I appreciate you. Thank you, truly.
All right, everyone, have a good night.
You too.
How do I get off?
I got you. Anybody want to answer that last question? Is it okay to text your SP while manifesting them back? I ain't mean to giggle in between that question.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Unless you think so.
When I just live in my city now, I just say what I say and I mean what I say and I say what I say. It works really well, honestly, because it sifts out a lot of stuff too. If you want them back and you believe you're worthy of getting all the things back, I don't know. I feel like when we move that way, it just shifts things too. There's never anything wrong unless we say it's wrong.
Facts. Anybody else got a question? No other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to respect people, you know, as far as that goes. Like if someone is telling you, hey, I don't want to talk to you, I think it would be, you know, pretty respectable for you to not talk to them if that were the case. Doesn't necessarily mean that things won't turn out favorably.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're doing too much, then you're doing too much, and you need to pay, like, we create our own reality, but you also need to pay attention and respect other people too, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't get anything by forcing things.
Yeah. Pay what's owed to Caesar. Basically meaning you still have to abide by the laws of these physical realities. None of y'all get a damn restraining order because you're tripping out. Well, Alex said it doesn't matter what I do if I'm manifesting. Nah, Alex didn't say that.
Yeah, imagine you telling the court that I choose this reality.
God, you don't get it. I'm God, though. I am source.
Like, I get what you're saying there.
I'm manifesting what you said, Judge.
I'm in control of it.
Okay, so
It's a life.
that's my answer.
Right. I feel like if you get to that situation, you're probably doing something wrong. You might need to go.
Reevaluate, friend.
Yeah, you might need to go rewatch a couple discussions.
But I mean, too, because that's part of what it's almost like a covert ops mission. Like even if you're in a situation like that, like you still know what's true on the inside of you, but you still have to abide by, you know, that like, I think, I mean, I've been guilty to a certain degree of like, the 3D isn't real. It's like, yeah, or else you wouldn't care about it, right? Like it is real. Like, these people are real. These things that you're experiencing are real. So it's not like you can just do a 180 and completely start living life differently. But now that you know that you can hold a true story within you, even though you gotta respect and pay your dues to what's going on outside of you, it'll cause changes that you can't really predict in ways that you're thinking favorable or not.
I have a question. I know you guys often say that when you stop chasing someone, that's when they want you. Is that a story, or is that like a law, or is that like a story we tell ourselves that, oh, when I stop chasing a person, that's when they want me, to like validate the story we continue to tell ourselves, so we constantly attract people who we don't want? Or can we tell us a different story of like, whoever I want me back? Like, can it be both, or is it just the one concept?
Yeah. No, whatever you can tell the story of whoever you want wants you. But when I talk about how people just stop caring and this person comes back, that's typically because they go from a place of desperation to putting themselves as source. And the putting themselves as source and coming to that radical realization that, oh shit, I can have whoever I want. That is the energetic, that is the energy of manifestation right there. That is the energy of knowing that you are the center of reality. When you change from being like, oh, I'm just in this space just to get this person. If they show up, then I'll be good. It's going from that perspective to the, no, I am source. I can have whoever I want. I see them as special because that is my capacity to see anybody as special. Right? It's when you go to that place that all of a sudden those things can come to you. So it's not necessarily just pull away, because now, You know, you hear that, and then people try to just pull away as a manifesting technique to get somebody. Oh, you know, if I just stop thinking about them and force my way to think of something else, then they'll come back. Well, it's not that. It's you energetically made yourself the center of reality.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think with that too, like it's just you being who you already are and not worrying about whether you're not it, and then those things come to you. You know, that quote that's like you already are what you desire to be. The only reason you don't believe it is or you see it as refusal to believe it. It's like these desires are yours because you don't have to do anything for them for you to be anyone that you should be in order to have it. Like you don't need to change anything. It's already a part of who you are. So when you give up and you're like, fuck, I give up. I'm just gonna focus on myself. Like that's the truth. It's all leading you back to yourself. So if you just focused on yourself and just accepted who you are, these things, your desire came to you already. That's why they say that your desire is already done. Like it's already there, because it's a realization on your inner self of, oh, I already have this. Now all I need to do is pay attention to myself, because that's what I would be doing in a healthy environment where I wasn't worried about losing this thing or worrying about whether this person was here or not.
Beautifully said. Y'all want that next question?
The last question, the one about fear of rejection.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting, just the wording in and of itself is whatever we believe we see, right? So if I have the anticipation too and the fear of that projection is that, you know, there's that deep belief in me somehow, some way that there is a real danger that I will be rejected at every turn. And I will most likely see that at every turn, just like if I leave the house feeling hungry, I'm going to look for food. So it's like if I have the belief that I have, like I have to look at my relationship to my rejection of myself. I feel like for me, that's always been the invitation, is where I'm doing it externally or where I'm looking for it externally, is because I'm not grounded in it internally. So if I feel like I'm going to be rejected, what part of me is rejecting me? What part of me doesn't feel safe with me to express myself, to have a boundary, to protect myself, to honor how I feel when I'm tired and I need to rest and I don't want to do it? Or like how to say yes. What does a full yes feel like? All of those things come from my own rejection from me, my own abandonment from me, you know? So I feel like it all goes back to us in some capacity because we feel like we're worth being rejected. When in reality, it's a gift to know you. You know, it's a gift to love you. It's just we don't think that. We don't believe that. That's my sense. That's all.
Yeah, I believe the same thing. Like you already told yourself no. You would hear the money people talk about it. Like you're gonna pitch something and you already told yourself I'm not gonna get the sale, and so the person can actually feel that or sense that, and you get the no. So you already told yourself a no, or you already went into the game thinking, oh, we lost, and so you just create your reality. So if you already told yourself they're gonna reject you, it's because you already rejected yourself.
Yep.
If it doesn't want you, you don't want it in some senses too. Like if something is blatantly showing you.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bill.
But that sounds like every other word you say, I can hear it. It's like you're breaking up. Is it just me or y'all is Austin breaking up for y'all
He's
too?
breaking out. I see his little thing look like a little red bar.
Yeah.
But honestly, I do believe that like everything works out. So, and I say this again as somebody like, it's hard. I feel like sometimes within spiritual spaces when you have gone through a lot of real big feel things. In reality too, it's like how to not feel gaslit and live in the victimhood or the mentality of like somehow we did something and it's our fault, but like we just have to take accountability for it, you know? So it's like the rejection and being protection is absolutely real. It's like not everything should be in your space. So if you, by being honest, And by being authentic and by being vulnerable and by being straightforward and saying what you mean and honoring other people in their space too, like if that sifts people out of your life, then those are not people that are aligned with you. Personally, like I've seen that every time I stand on business for myself, it brings a different quality of man into my life. And when I honor that in myself and I stand on that just within my own knowing, it is a different quality of people every single time.
Yeah, the more that I respect myself, the thicker the woman is that comes in my life too. So I feel you. I agree with you. God damn. The more I love myself, the finer this woman is.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I guess it's because you attract who you are too.
I am thick. I am thick as hell. I feel you. I feel you.
I have one more. And this one, I don't know how to ask it, but you know, you get to a point in your self actualization, individual, what's the word? Where you get to a point where you don't need anything. You kind of feel perfect and okay the way you are. Like my therapist, who I'm gonna fire soon, told me that I need to start going out there and like having more friends or relationships with other people. And in her mind, she thinks that if I'm not doing that, like socializing a lot like a normal person, then I'm sitting there with my thoughts to myself. And I get what she's saying, but to really explain to her, I was trying to explain to her that I've always known myself to be somebody that likes my own space, even if I'm in a crowd or like friendship setting. You'll get like a certain amount of my energy, and then I'm done. And I used to think that's weird, but I like that about me because it's my own way of resetting, or I like my creative space or my solitude. And so I choose to go out or I choose to have friends.
Thank you.
But then I told her, like, I cannot be friends with everybody because I'm not going to have the solid conversations. It bores me. And you're not going to walk around and find people with the same level of consciousness or knowledge that you have to talk about things that you're interested in. So I feel like there's surface level conversations that I'm not truly myself. And then when it comes down to relationships, I'm wondering if it's gonna be a place where I am like, lonely or just by myself, or if it's a bad thing to be okay with that. Like, I don't know if you understand it, yeah. But like you get to a point where you're okay with yourself or you're okay being whole by yourself.
Yeah.
Like, is it lonely or are you alone, or does it get, I don't know. That's what I'm kind of asking. I don't know.
I got you. Anybody else want to answer?
Yeah. The way I feel on a spiritual level, it does get lonely, but I think that is also our perspective too, right? Like I feel like I had somebody say this to me the other day, and it like smacked me upside the head and said, like, really think about, let's say you meet the love of your life or somebody that you would like say is a soulmate, and they know you deeply and you share all these experiences and you do all these things and you have all these magical moments and hard moments and work through stuff and you build and you break and you build and you have all these experiences, and then you get, let's say you're together for 60 years. That person still knows such a small piece of you. And that is just because you can't show all of you to that person, right? It's impossible with the time that you have. Even if you had as much time as you physically could, that we are the only person in our lives that will actually know us as deeply as somebody can. And so when somebody, the language was interesting that she was telling you what you should do. Whenever shoulds happen, I like you shouldn't on everything. Says that's always rooted in something, in somebody, something else, something outside. If I think I should and I know I can't or I don't choose to, then like it's something's not quite right. You know what I mean? So it's like really question, like, why do I have to perform? Why do I have to be in spaces that push me out of what I feel is honoring to the reality of my experiences too, and also learning how to be kind and respectful and understand that, like, how to be honest and have tact and how to say what I mean and stand on it and still not be like, there's a balance too, but like it does get lonely, but it's a beautiful and earned space to be close to you. And so the right people should meet you there instead of you meeting other people for the sake of just meeting people there. You know what I mean? Because then you get there very quickly and you go, these people are not in alignment. I'm having to morph and fold and hinder this part of me or do this whatever, versus just being who you are and honoring the fact that sometimes you just aren't that way. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just who you are, And your therapist may be a different person and that's who she is or they are, And it just is that way, and there's enough space for all of that. So that's just my 2 cents. And y'all, it's almost 2 a.m. and I'm going to bed. But thanks for chatting.
Appreciate you, Miss Lace. Thank you.
Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong unless we say it. You're doing great.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. Like, she thought I was arguing with her, but in my world, I'm like, I've known myself for so long, and I know what works for me. But at the same time, I kind of get what she's saying because I'm looking around me and I'm like, okay, all right, cool. But then when I look outside of myself, like the people I meet or whatever, unless we find panels like this that Alex created long ago, and then we have this big community to speak to, you barely find regular people like that in waking life. But I'm trying to change that story where I tell myself that there are people like me and I'll meet them like when the time's right or whatever, and we'll have good friendships and memories going on.
Mm-hmm.
But for right now, it's not a need or urgency like she's saying, but she made it seem as if like it's a lonely place or a bad place to be in, and so I'm just questioning it.
Well, you said something along the lines of like being a normal person. Like, what is that?
I don't know what that is, and I know I'm not normal. I know I'm not normal, so I couldn't tell.
That girl telling a story.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like there is no true definition of what that is. So when the implication of someone being like, you're not a normal person because you're not doing this, like, who the fuck? What's a normal person? Like, what does that even necessarily mean? Like somebody who wakes up with their circadian rhythm, or somebody who eats fucking 3 eggs every morning, stat every single day, or like somebody who talks to their mom more than you do, even though they don't have the same relationship. Like there is no real definition of what normality is, and I think a lot of people get confined and defined by other people because they try to introduce the idea of normal based on things that they see, instead of just like radically loving themselves, like what you're talking about. Like there is no problem with me spending as much time as I want to or need to for myself. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect anyone else, and as long as I trust my decisions, then there's no reason for me to do anything other than what I choose to do.
Yeah, I agree. And even certain things like she'll ask like, what did you do over the past time that we didn't speak? Like, did you go out? And I'm like, yeah, I go out with myself and I take myself on dates and I go into nature and I do this. Like I have things that I'm doing, I'm getting out there. But her little spot is with the fact that I'm not doing it with other people. And I'm like, to find those people to do it with is gonna be like a real miracle that I myself am open to, but I'm not like yearning for it. Like I'm desperate for it. And I did her homework where she's like, oh, try to get a friend or something one of the times. And I did it and it didn't work out. And I came back and I showed her proof. I'm like, this is me. Like I refuse to have surface level conversations with people. And I will shut you out if you're not like, I don't know, I don't want to be stimulating me, but I just don't want to have those friendships. I know what I want, And so I'm not gonna sacrifice that for just aesthetics. Oh, I have friends to go to brunch with, wearing our cute little heels and all of that. I can be cute all I want. Like, I can take my own photos, I can do it myself. Like, I don't need to go on these girls' trips or girls' whatever. Because it may work for everybody, but it's not for me. And I like my own company sometimes too much.
Well, it sounds like you like it a lot.
Yeah, you love it.
I love it. I'm downplaying it, but I love my own company.
That's not a bad thing either, you know.
I don't think it's bad.
I will say too, like,
just want y'all to agree with me. That's it. So I can go tell them.
I don't necessarily always seek small talk, but the only thing that I appreciate is somebody makes me feel understood or heard, and I think that's really what everyone wants to know when they're in conversation. That's why people nod and say yes, even though they don't even know what the hell you're saying. That's just how they get through the conversation, because you're like, oh yeah, you heard me, you understood me. That's great.
No, for sure.
That's so true.
For sure.
But yeah, like, you know, everyone is a reflection of me, but that's the beauty of me seeing everyone else as another point of this infinite one conscious mind that we got going on. Like, if somebody can small talk with me, but they can listen to me and make me feel heard at the points that I need to, like, small talk is what it is. You know, sometimes there's going to be no conversation at all when you're around somebody often enough. And some people see that as a problem too. It's like, oh no, it's awkward now. I need to be filling the space with some shit that I feel that I need to make up for the lack of something because I'm stuck in my own head. And I'm not implying that by any means. I'm just kind of, you know, talking at this point. But
No, that's fine. I get what you're saying. And I think probably my issue is I'm a hairstylist. So I hear, like, I have small talk all day. Like, I have a whole jar of small talk. Like, that's all you do, and you listen to people all the time. And so I think I have that filled. So to go out and search for it in, like, a friend is gonna be like, what's even the point? You know? So maybe it's
well, don't do that to yourself. I mean, listen to what you're doing to yourself already.
Right,
You're
right.
like, there is no opportunity for this to happen for me whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's what I said. See?
No,
Yeah,
I mean, not
that's,
necessarily.
that is what you said. Yes.
That's what I said.
Just not in that specific way.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. Are you asking what's my sign?
Yeah, I think they're asking your sign.
But I don't believe it's my whole like makeup. I have a lot of Aries in me. I have a lot of hella Pisces and hella Scorpio too. So
Super
I don't think
Scorpio.
it's the main reason, but it's part of it.
What was the question? Did I miss the question?
Yeah, that's my sign. So I'm assuming sun sign,
Oh no, that one.
which is Aquarius.
How do you not micromanage everything once you know that your thoughts and beliefs manifest your reality? By having a life, right? Like by filling your life up with things, by being yourself, by allowing yourself to flow through life, right? That's how you do it. The quote in idle mind is the devil's workshop, right? That is very true, because when are you sitting around micromanaging? Well, it's not when you're out, watching the movie. It's not when you're out hanging out with your family. It's not when you're doing all those things, right? It's when you're just sitting around ruminating. You're just sitting around obsessing over this specific person, obsessing over this money that you want, right? That's when it is. So the more that you can actually do things in your life that you're comfortable with, whether that's sitting in silence in a backyard and reading a book, whether it's going for walks, whether it's just doing work, whether it's meditating, whether it's hanging out with your family, whatever the case may be, whether it's taking a nap, whatever the case may be, when you start filling up your life with things that reflect you, you're less inclined to want to micromanage everything on the way. All right, we finna sit in silence for the rest of the time, I guess. Absolutely. That's Go ahead.
And
Okay.
you're boisterous or loud, and then the whole class was silent. They're like, "Oh, an angel's flying through" or something like that, because everyone gets quiet at the same time. That's what just happened. It's a story, by the way, just a story.
I love that story.
But I'm gonna go because I have a social job to get to in the morning. So
Will do.
thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you're gonna have to take me off. I don't know how to do it.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Oh, once I do this. All right. Any other questions? I'm gonna give y'all about 2 minutes if you got any other questions. 2 minutes. So I can enjoy this Friday night. Try to take my ass to sleep, so maybe give me a little snack. Oh, yeah. After reading all them questions that just got rapid fired in there, I just decided that I was sleepy. I just decided that I was sleepy. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all and I love y'all. All right. These are recorded, right? Keep in mind, these are all recorded. Everything is recorded to YouTube, so nothing ever gets taken down, right? So you can go on YouTube right now. You can get everything, the discussions, the Q&As, they're all here. All right, so I never delete them. I don't take them down. And what you get is what you get. So we stream to YouTube at the same time. If you need the YouTube, the link's in the bio. It's a link tree. You can click on the link tree. It'll take you right to the YouTube, man. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. But y'all have a beautiful, beautiful evening. And we'll probably talk 2 or 3 times tomorrow. We'll probably talk 2 times tomorrow, right? Peace, y'all. Peace. Austin, appreciate you, brother.